Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Let's do this. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3, HD2, and YouTube. Oh, I should have said the application more. I'm out of practice, missed a week.
Friday.
My bad. It's a formal Friday, my bad. Formal Friday, Seattle Sports application. You know what I mean. It's the application.
It's kind of a weird Friday. We don't have G. We don't have Brock.
It doesn't feel like Friday.
Doesn't feel formal.
I am playing golf, so it feels a little like
Okay.
Friday. At least I'm going to try. We'll see. I got a whole container full of Advil over here. We'll see if that's going to be enough. I took a couple practice swings yesterday to see if my back could handle it. Man, we're like 10 days into this back thing. It was not fun. I've always had a fear that one day I'm going to be one of those people who like can't walk because of a bad back. And I don't get like a ton of back problems, but I knew a guy when I first started working back in LA, like 2001. There was this guy used to come into our office all the time. I was working for a LA City councilwoman in her district office. And this guy would come, and this guy named Denny, he couldn't walk, this poor guy. And he'd be like, he wasn't that old either. He was maybe 50, which is, an age that I'm rapidly approaching. And I've always just been afraid he's like, I can't do surgery. I can't do this. I've always been afraid that's going to be me. So 10 days in, I'm starting to freak out a little bit here. So hopefully this goes away soon. Maybe the swinging will help. A little swing lube or something. I don't know. I doubt it, but that's
telling yourself that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell myself, at least for the morning. You guys want to talk about the Mariners today?
Probably not.
No? You want to do something else?
Are the late night texts appropriate to read?
They're pretty angry. I'm not going to lie. There's some pretty angry late night Mariner texts. I watched Love Island last night with the kids. That was fun. I'd almost rather talk about that. I heard one of the greatest quotes ever on Love Island because they brought their families in. Two things that were amazing about this. One was the fact that they bring all their parents and brothers and sisters and stuff like that into the island. They're like on Fiji, right? And so all these people show up, and the girls are still wearing their like little tiny thong bikinis.
Well, I mean, a lot of times their parents have been watching throughout the show.
And they
so
said
it's not
that.
like
They talked about that. But like they're hugging their parents and their thongs. Like, couldn't you just put on clothes for the meeting? The parents are wearing regular clothes. Why do they have to stay in their bathing suits to meet the parents? It seems weird, especially when they're
for the show.
They're also meeting like their boyfriend's parents. Like, I would not want a girlfriend of mine to meet my parents while wearing a thong. That seems inappropriate.
You missed the season where Odell Beckham Jr.'s brother was on.
Oh, and he showed up?
Well, they just did video calls that year, so he called and met the girlfriend.
Jeez. Well, then the other one, and the guys, meanwhile, are still shirtless. So, like, they're I can't, meeting Heather's parents. Like, I remember meeting them. Like, I can't imagine what that would have been like shirtless.
Do you think the parents have high hopes that this relationship is actually
Well, they
going
all
anywhere?
seem to say that they do. But, I mean, yeah. Anyway, so that was ridiculous. Anyway, one of the other observations, one of the guy's grandmothers comes, and I can't read the whole quote because he cursed in it. So, I'll just say an S for the word he used. This guy, I sent this to Stacy last night because I was laughing for like 10 minutes. My grandma's the S, dude. Like, what? He said that, first of all, to his girlfriend, which is hilarious. And then, I don't know. I lost it after that. So that was better than the Mariners yesterday. That's a terrible sweep. It's a god-awful sweep. It's a god-awful sweep. It's so bad. Look, it's not like they lost 3 to the Angels where you're like, oh, wait a minute. Like that team, and which, I know they lost some games to the Angels earlier this year. But this was like, hey, go out on the road and prove that what you just did at home had any merit, right? You go 5-1 at home against an awful Angels team that shouldn't, I said they should be retracted or demoted. And instead, you come back and just lay a complete egg over the course of 3 games in Miami. That's tough to watch.
Well, it's one thing when it's Max Meyer to start the series and you expected him to be tough.
Yeah.
But it's another thing when,
Jansen Junk, who was awful yesterday.
And he's struggling, and you can't take advantage of that.
That wasn't good.
Late Night Mariners texts.
All right, well, here we go. Let me read you some of your texts that came in during and after the game last night. Well, Salk, you can't use the excuse that the Mariners are leading the division anymore. Can't say they're above 500 anymore. Swept by the Marlins. Most people don't even remember the Marlins are a team. I mean, that's funny. Now they're going to face a real division leader. It's over. Bring in Alex Cora already. All right, well, Alex Cora doesn't want to come here. Alex Cora doesn't want to go anywhere. Alex Cora turned down the Phillies. Alex Cora is not somebody you should be mentioning. He's not interested in managing.
Kept bringing that up.
I mean, it's got to be. It's a weird Alex Cora obsession.
I have seen a lot of this. There's no excuse they shouldn't. That series was ugly for them. But I have seen a lot of people talking like the Marlins are the Rockies or something.
No, the Marlins are really good.
I think maybe some people aren't aware that they're actually pretty good this year.
Well, yeah. I mean, some people may not be aware that they're good. They should know they're a team. Heather did ask a lot yesterday. No, 2 days ago. She did ask me when they had stopped being the Florida Marlins, and I was like, 2012? So anyway, yeah, they haven't exactly been in the headlines recently, but that is a pretty good baseball team. Still not an excuse. So we're going to come back and say we told you so, that this team is cooked. You kept telling us it's the half point in the season. They have time to figure it out. All right, well, first of all, those are just, facts. Sorry for telling you it's the halfway point in the season. That's not like a lie. It's not like I said it was the halfway point in the season, but it was actually the 3/4 pole. Like, those are just, facts. And they do have time to figure it out. Of course they do. Well, Dan is not a good manager, and the time is no vibes, defense is bad. Oh, the team has no vibes, defense is bad. Well, the list is big of the things that are wrong with the Mariners. The team is done. All right, well, maybe they are. I don't know.
I will agree that the vibes are non-existent.
They're bad. Bad vibes.
Brock suggested that maybe Julio just get on a plane.
Not going to happen. Julio's not feeling
worry
good.
about it. Of course, Brock, said, don't worry about the concussion issues.
Of course he did. And of course, Brock decided that Julio was the only person to blame. But
I just get what he's saying, that Julio brings energy.
They have bad vibes. There's no doubt. The vibes are bad. The vibes are bad. I agree. This is the worst Mariners team in my 25 years of watching baseball.
Okay.
There's been far, quote, worse teams than this in that span, but they were supposed to be and expected to be garbage. No team in my quarter century has fallen this wildly short of expectations. How many years ago was 2010? Oh, okay. I guess that one's just outside your... No, that's in 25 years. Yeah. No, sorry. 2010. Believe big. That team was supposed to be really good, and, I mean, they may... Just go back and remember the 2010 Casey Kotchman and Sean Figgins Mariners. That team was an atrocity. That team was evil. This team's frustrating. That team was evil. Late night text. I'm sorry, I love Dan Wilson. I have a picture with him. He's not throwing a fit on the umpire on Emerson's double play call last night. Well, I know he was off the bag, but it showed that the team has no passion. Well, no, it didn't. Like, I think there's a lot of problems with Dan. That's not one of them. And there's a bunch of these on passion. I see a lot of these on Dan's got to show passion. Look, my problems are right now with the Mariners are not about passion. You're right, the vibes aren't great, but I don't think a manager coming out and arguing that call. Look, I think he probably should have given a little bit more. But you do run the risk, especially as your team is losing, that it starts to look desperate, and then you find yourself out of a job. Like that, I've seen that happen, where the manager comes out, throws a fit, trying to fire up the team, trying to show support, but it's out of character for him. And if Dan were to do that, if Dan goes out there and loses his mind last night on the Colt Emerson play at second base, which, by the way, was a perfectly good call. His feet were nowhere near the bag. They've gotten rid of the neighborhood play. Like, that's just the gig. Sorry, man. Like, it's just, rookie made a mistake. Happens. If he goes out there and loses his mind, it's phony. That's not who Dan is. And the one thing you can't be is phony. I'd rather see him continue to be calm than be out of character. That's a non-starter. Cannot be out of character. You can't do it. Now, could there have been some level of accountability for all of the mistakes we've seen? Yes. Could Cole Young get, I don't know, a day off? That dude's played every single game this season. I was thinking about that as we were frustrated with the Cole Young play to end the game the other night. Like, dude's 22, 21, 22. Isn't that a day off the whole year? Everyone else has. Like, maybe he could use a mental day. And I'm not saying that's an excuse for the problem, but, like, how about just give the guy a day off now and again?
I can't remember who it was, but I was listening to someone on Bump and Stacy who brought that up. Like, he's been great, but do you guys expect him to do this the rest of the year without
wore
rest?
Down.
Yeah.
Wore down last year. Like, it has been weird. Now, maybe once Brendan Donovan comes back, that's going to change quite a bit, and you can kind of move Donovan into second base a little, which is probably his most natural position. But, yeah, I'm a little frustrated by that. Late night Mariners text, ugh, I'm ready to write the season off, which means, according to the Salk rules, that the Mariners are going to turn it around and sweep the Rays, right? Or did I jinx it for thinking that? And now we're going to go 0-for-6 on the road trip. I don't know, man. Team's frustrating. There's no doubt. And I agree with the texter who said this is why you don't get too excited about a team going 5-1 at home against the Angels and Blue Jays. You're right. That's why I said on Monday, this is a big test for them. To go out on the road, face two good teams on the road again, and try to show that you belong with those teams. And right now they're not doing that. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. It's been an embarrassing mix of poor hitting, pitching, up and down pitching, I guess I would say, and unfortunate mistakes. 2 more errors yesterday to go with the base running error on, what day was it, Tuesday, to go with the non-challenge calls on Wednesday. You put those 3 together, man, that's tough. That's a bad look. That is not just not rising to the occasion, it's actually shrinking when the occasion comes. And you got a chance to make up for it in Tampa, and we could come back on Monday and hopefully have a different conversation. But you play the way you did in Miami, and that is not going to happen. You got to up your game, you got to up your concentration, and you got to find a way to come up with some hits and some better at-bats with runners in scoring position. All right. We got so much to do today. Honestly, I don't even have time by myself in 4 hours. So we'll come back. Let me give you everything you need to know next. I'm Brock Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
It's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Every family has a story to tell. At Dunn Lumber, ours is about trust. During the Great Depression, trust was hard to come by. People were so skeptical of banks. Customers would stop by the lumberyard, put their money in an envelope, and leave it in this safe. The safe still stands today as a symbol of our most valuable asset, your trust. If there's ever anything we can do to better earn your trust, email me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building trust since 1907.
Start having fun. Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. An old electrical panel is like a tired bullpen. Fine until you really need it. Dave Wyman here for Fast Home Services. They have your back with panel and service upgrades starting at $4,800. Get more capacity for additions like hot tubs, generators, and EV chargers. From the Seattle team that's earned your trust since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Mariners and Rays today in St. Pete. 4:10 first pitch, pregame at 3. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event going on right now through Sunday, August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, Mariners swept out of Miami with another fairly non-competitive loss in the finale. Bryce Miller, not his usual self. It started early.
Miller winds the pitch. Swung on, hit high, deep right field. Raley back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone.
Yeah, that was Jeff Conine's kid. I've had just about enough of players I enjoyed watching having kids playing in the league, but anyway, he wasn't his usual self yesterday. Bryce never able to generate swings and misses with the fastball, walked more batters than he struck out for the first time all year. Yeah, he goes 5 innings, but he gives up 6 runs on 9 hits, just not quite himself.
I really felt like I, definitely didn't have my best stuff today. They super aggressive offense, and, they were able to swing early in at bats and find holes, and I didn't make too many competitive pitches early, especially with the off speed, and they were ready for it when I did. So.
Yeah, frustrating. 2 more errors in the field as well. Couldn't pounce on some of the opportunities they had early when Jansen Junk was not very good and made 2 errors. Just another rough one. They get back to 500, unfortunately. 20-27 on the road, and that road's about to get tougher. No getaway day yesterday because of the short trip from Miami to Tampa. Final series of the first half starts tonight there. Luis Castillo and Nick Martinez in the opener. Martinez has been great. Tomorrow, Logan Gilbert against Griffin Jacks, the old reliever, and then Emerson Hancock and Ian Seymour in the finale. They avoid both Drew Rasmussen and Shane McClanahan. So the Rays have 3 guys that have been unbelievable. You're only going to face one of them. Hopefully that's an opportunity to at least salvage a couple of games on this trip.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, what's that roster going to look like in the coming days and weeks? Well, Julio Rodriguez eligible to return from the concussion IL tonight. Doesn't sound like that's going to happen. Doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to go right away, and probably not even before the break. Concussions, as we know, are pretty tricky. He's had some minor symptoms, but still symptoms. So just hard to know how long that's going to take. MLB draft will be this weekend. M's picked 24th in the first round, and I've seen all sorts of stuff mocked to them. College catchers, high school pitchers, but the most likely scenario is that they take one of a few college pitchers. Here's Joe Doyle.
There's probably 10, 12, as many as 15 names in play. I think Seattle is going to take what kind of falls in their lap at 24. This is a decent year for college pitching. I think there's going to be some options there. I think you kind of look for a guy like a Mason Edwards out of South Carolina, Taylor Rabe out of Ole Miss. Maybe you look for a guy like Cade Townsend out of Ole Miss as well. There's going to be some college pitchers that will be enticing to the Mariners.
Ben Blair, another name that I've heard a couple times, and that was Kylie McDaniel's final mock draft that came out, I think, this morning or yesterday. So, yeah, we'll see where all of that goes, but just hard to guess what's going to happen by pick 24.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Ben Horney of Front Office Sports reporting that 2 of the groups expected to make bids for the Seahawks have emerged as front runners now, as we're starting to get a little bit more information. We've talked about both of these 2, by the way. One group is the Aditya Mittal, former Celtics owner Wick Grousbeck group. The other is led by Niners minority investor Vinod Khosla. Now, there could always be a third bid. Maybe somebody like a Bomber gets involved. We don't know. But, I don't know that much about Khosla. Wick Grousbeck is interesting to me because I think he was a pretty darn good owner in Boston. And if you remember, go back a couple weeks, months, I don't know. We talked to Michael Hawley, my old partner there, wrote a book about the Celtics, and he had this to say about Wick.
The Wick is a gregarious guy. If he is involved with this Seattle team, if he does get it, if they do get it, he'll be friendly. He's a media-friendly owner. He'll be on your show. You'll want to have a weekly spot with Wick Grousbeck. I mean, he's just that kind of guy. He's very engaging, involved at the games, and it's the best part. This is what I want from all owners of sports teams. Do everything you can, throw all of your resources at the team, but don't meddle. Okay, be involved, don't meddle, give us the best facilities, hire the best coaches, stay out of the way. And so if you really look at it, he's not a guy who tries to mess around. He's a big fan, but he doesn't upset stability. He doesn't get in the way.
I mean, that sounds pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I don't know as much about Mittal, who really brings more of the money to the equation than Grousbeck does, but that's about what I'm looking for from the next Seahawks owner. That has been everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk.
I also thought it was interesting in that report that there's apparently at least one former Seahawks player involved with one of the groups. They don't know which one.
Steve Rabel? I don't know.
I think that's
Steve Largent? I mean, you think it's a recent player?
Why do you think it's a Steve?
I don't know. I'm only going with Steve's. Chris Clemens, who we were talking about yesterday. I don't know. I give up. We'll wait and find out. I don't even have a guess as to who that could be. I mean, it could be anybody, right? I mean, you're going to have some money, some legit money. I mean, how many former Seahawks players have, like, legit money? Russ?
Oh, wow. That would be.
Can you imagine?
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Russell Wilson, owner of the Seattle Seahawks. All right, I got to take a break.
He did express interest in ownership.
Oh, I know. Of course he does. I got to take a break. I can't think about that right now. That's too much for me. Stick around. You'll hear G. Scott. We got to have G on a Friday, and he was fun yesterday. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw Wyman and Bob's latest digital exclusive first.
Cole Young. He is just turning into an absolute star.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he can generate that kind of power.
He's
5'10".
He's listed at 5'10", 180.
Yeah.
And he's got big pop. Just tremendous. And playing great defense. He might be your best overall player right now in terms of the way he's functioning.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and know first. Seriously, what are you waiting for?
How sweet it is! 50 seasons of moments. 50 seasons of legends. A once-in-a-lifetime event. Join Mariners past and present at T-Mobile Park August 7th through 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. The festivities begin Friday with a post-game slugfest, the Alumni Home Run Derby featuring Ichiro and other former Mariners sluggers. Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Saturday will be a showstopper. 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Arrive early to witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. It just continues. My. The weekend wraps up on Sunday with a collectible 50 Seasons pin giveaway thanks to KeyBank. Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When we started Oakland Roots Sports Club, we needed a strong foundation. Gusto has had our back since day one, making sure every hire, every paycheck, and every player is taken care of. They're the team behind our team. With Gusto, we stay rooted and give Oakland the love it deserves. I'm Idris Argandawal, co-founder of Oakland Roots and Gusto customer since 2018.
See why 500,000 businesses trust Gusto for payroll, HR, and more. Get started for free at gusto.com/roots.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event powered by WFC. Saturday night, August 8th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, August 8th at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your
dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure, though. Because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
On a Thursday? What's happening here? Gee, Scott, on a Thursday? Are we even ready for this yet, Brock? I don't know if I'm ready.
Is this because of FIFA?
It might be because of FIFA. No, G's going to the land of blue houses, I think, tomorrow.
That's right.
The land of blue houses.
Yeah.
Well, if you talk to Brock, I remember years and years ago, about good 15, 16, 17 years ago.
Yeah.
Asking Brock about, some of the places he had to travel in his NFL days, and asking about the beautiful city of Buffalo, where I've never been, and he described it as the land of blue houses, that every house there is blue.
So many blue houses.
Yeah.
At least from the airport to the hotel back in the day, 25 years ago, 30 years ago.
The chicken wings out there, is it serious?
It's pretty serious.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty.
You know though, if you go get the chicken, what you got to do, you're going to get the chicken wings.
Yeah,
right?
got to.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
You know that you get blue cheese, not ranch, right?
It's always about blue cheese.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. It's like mustard in Chicago.
Oh, ketchup. Ketchup in Chicago.
Meaning no. The ranch is like ketchup. I meant the blue cheese is like the mustard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. We're gonna make that happen.
All right.
I'm looking forward to being out in Buffalo. I get to go to Niagara Falls and all that kind of that good stuff.
What are you doing in Buffalo?
Family reunion.
Oh, the last one was in Atlanta, right?
Hey, look at you.
Oh, I remember everything about the last one. You getting into the limo late at night with the family members,
it's funny. So,
the limo bus or something.
And then I heard the potential fight that almost happened.
I remember the last G. Scott family reunion was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now, will there be anybody angry that they weren't at the G. Scott 50th?
No.
Okay.
No. Mm-hmm. But so tomorrow
is your favorite aunt going to be there?
Oh, you already know. The one you met, she'll be there. So tomorrow night, Brock, I'm in charge of the cousins' night out.
Oh.
Right? So I have spots. We got a party bus that's already taken care of, ready to go. It's going to be like 25 people that's going to be out on the evening. Party bus.
Ages on the 25, roughly?
I'm glad you said that. Of the 25, about 7 are younger than me.
Okay.
The rest of them, I already got a plan. So here's my plan.
The rest of them are older than you?
Are older than me.
So you're going out early.
You know what I'm saying?
You're not staying out late.
So here's my plan. Here's what they don't know. They don't know this, but I'm going to pay for the whole night for everyone.
Whoa.
Right? But here's the thing. No. Don't look at me as no hero. There's a strategy.
Doing that in Buffalo. You're not doing it in New York.
There's a strategy. I just told you that there's 25 of us.
Yeah.
Only about 7 or so are younger than me. The rest are older. Brock, I'm going to give them folks a couple little cocktails, and they're going to be out. They're going to be cooked by 9:30. I'll just be on the party bus.
So they're going to be there asleep by themselves.
Yes.
And your belief is that you're going to get a lot of credit for being the great guy who's coming in and spending the money on everybody.
But they're cooked at 9:30.
But you think you're going to get a value.
Right.
It's a value play.
And plus, I'm also not going to tell them beforehand.
Yeah.
That I'm paying for it.
Oh, that comes at the end?
That comes at the very end. You know what I mean?
I don't know. That's an interesting one that you won't get as much credit then for, Oh,
yeah, I get it. A little something.
Also, though, but if you tell them ahead of time, they might go a little Red Bull or something and try to keep themselves up.
Well, in the family, they're gonna get the double shots of Hennessy.
Okay.
I know at your family reunion, they're probably not having Hennessy.
I don't have a big enough family for a family reunion, but if I did,
matter of fact,
no one in my family drinks.
Brock, how come you guys don't have cousins? How come I never hear you guys talk about your cousins, your delegation?
We got I got some cousins.
I barely have any.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, you guys don't talk. I've never heard one of you guys be like, yeah, my cousin so-and-so.
My parents each only had one family member, one sibling, and they didn't get married, and my sister didn't get married, and Heather's brother didn't get married. Like, just have a small family. We're not Catholic. If I was Catholic, I'd have a bigger family.
Wow.
My family's Catholic from Boston, and I have a ton of cousins.
Same thing. Catholic families are generally a lot bigger. My family
is there any? Is there any other mix in the delegation? Is there any other Irish? Is there any? How would Salk do on the party bus?
First of all, black women love Mike Salk.
It's true.
And if Heather's listening, she knows.
She knows.
They just do.
She's well aware.
Hey, if you're listening right now, you're like, hey, why would you say that?
Older black women.
You have to be around. And by the way, there's two Mike Salks. Would you guys agree with this, Brock?
Yeah.
There's a Mike Salk on the air right here, and then the Mike Salk after dark. The Mike Salk after dark, you guys listening, you guys would love him.
Oh, love him.
You would love the Mike Salk after dark.
Now, I often wanted to do shows. I thought, and I've chatted with Lumberg. What do you think about a late night show? Like 10 to 1 in the morning with late night Salk.
Are you guys done? Are you guys done?
No, hold on. But why are you such a different, like a good, happy-go-lucky person?
After I've had a couple drinks?
Yeah.
I like to drink. I've said it a million times. I enjoy that.
But not many people get happy. Like that. I mean, like people.
Maybe I just get normal. It's just that I'm stuck here at 6 a.m. and I'm miserable because I have to wake up before the crack of dawn. Maybe it's the people I'm around. Maybe I need a couple of drinks to be around you jamokes. I mean, there's a lot of potential reasons.
G, have you heard the story when Salk, like the happiest, warmest I've ever seen him? You know where it was at in the state of Washington?
Where?
It was over on the Palouse.
Yeah.
Yep, he went to a game. It was, I think it was a USC Wazoo game.
It was absolutely pouring. It was.
Salk, come with me.
Yeah.
Come with me. Come on the trip with me.
Yeah.
Did Kyle Brown? Who else?
Oh yeah,
went?
Kyle was there.
Kyle was there.
Yeah.
Get to see Kyle's whole roots. You get to meet Bob Wischusen, go to dinner with us, hang out.
Yeah.
And he was just time of his life as a kook. Time of his life.
Yeah.
And even at the game, like at halftime, I came out of the booth. I said, hey, man, why don't you go down to the truck? I know they'd love to see you down in the truck. You could see the whole operation. And so I was like, no, I'm
No,
good. I'm really warm.
Yeah.
I'm really, really good.
I was like, yeah, Brock, I'm hammered. There's no chance I'm going to do that.
Hold on, we're not done with you yet, Mike.
Oh, good.
The thing about him is, if you have a party, if you have a get-together or something like that, there are people that you can invite that you know will infuse some type of good energy into your party. That's Mike Salk.
Oh, that's nice of you to say.
Mike's going to come to your party, and I'm telling you, he's going to talk to everybody. He's smart, right? Like the dude is well-versed. Like or music, the dude knows all genres of music, so he's going to rock that, right? He's actually, he's been around different cultures and things like that. He's lived on each coast.
Very
He's
nice.
lived on the East Coast and the West Coast. So when he comes to the party, now, Brock, how was he when he came to your daughter's wedding?
Oh, he got great placement. The Salk Wynn family got, he would tell you.
I was at Damon's table. Damon
He
and
got
Luke
tremendous
and Damon's
real
daughter.
estate. He wasn't quite Park Place, but he's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, right, what's next to Park Place? And
I mean, it's one of the greens, probably Pennsylvania.
North
Carolina.
Yeah. North Carolina,
range.
he was right there.
Yeah.
He was
Is
right
that
there.
what property would you be, Brock? Since we're talking about
I'm a
Monopoly.
railroad.
You know what?
I'm one of the. I'm one of the
exactly
railroads.
right.
I'm
Brock's a railroad.
I'm a basic railroad.
He's a
guy.
railroad because it's difficult to tell. Like on one hand, he's on the first side of the Monopoly board
that's
as
right.
with his poor Puyallup roots,
Yep.
but then he's also on the Park Place Boardwalk side of the Monopoly board with where he lives now.
Look here, I used to get Baltic every time.
Baltic? You like Baltic?
Yeah, because it's right there.
It's not quite Mediterranean. It's number 2.
Right.
It's not the bottom of the bottom.
So did you? And the thing is so you just kind of start out small.
Yeah.
Boop, let me get that.
It depends whether or not if you can put if you play with multiple hotels.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than Baltic and Mediterranean.
Thank you.
The purples are number 1. The dark purples.
Yes.
If you can do both, like multiple hotels, then you just start adding. You only need 2 at a time. And you just rake it in.
Right.
Absolute raking it in.
Now, Brock,
G,
could
I
you
got a question for
imagine
you.
Could you imagine playing a game with me, Brock, and every time you pass go, only you got to collect $200 and I didn't? Could you imagine that? Would that be unfair?
It seems
Gee,
like it might be.
I got 2 questions for you as we spin to a little bit of sports. Number 1, okay, when you're at the family reunion, everyone's asking, G, what was it like? What was the World Cup like? What was FIFA? What was that whole takeaway life experience? Probably never do again because World Cup ain't coming back in our lifetimes, more than likely to this country and into Seattle and everything else. So probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to host all of that at Loom. What was your biggest takeaway?
The people and the passion. I've been around a lot of sporting events. I've never been to anything like that. You're talking about people cheering or the players on the pitch playing for their country. The first match, it was when Belgium.
Nothing like Ohio State, Michigan?
No.
Really?
It's just different, right? It's like your children, right? You got one of your child is just real nice. One of your child's Avery, the other one's Cecily, right?
Very
so
different.
it's not like you love them different. They're just different kids,
Right?
Well, these are different types of sports moments. When Senegal played, who did they play against? They played against Belgium, right? And before the match, I was interviewing the dad and the son. They're from that area and everything, and afterwards, I interviewed him and everything, and I was like, hey, what's your name, where you're from, in front of everybody, and what do you think your score prediction is going to be, and are you excited, and get all hyped up. And then afterwards, the son was like, oh, man, this almost gets me. The son was like, Dad, this is the best day of my life. Thank you so much. Like, he was so appreciative of that moment. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in football and baseball and basketball. I'm just saying I saw a lot and felt a lot of that.
People having traveled internationally to get there has to add to some of that, right? I mean, like, I'm not taking anything away from the great sporting events that we have, and certainly Ohio State, Michigan, the rivalry and all of that. You've been there for all of it. But most of the people, not all, most of the people at Ohio State, Michigan have driven there from, within a couple hours away.
Yeah.
People are flying here from Senegal. Like, that's a pretty big trip to get here to watch something like that.
That's the Hatfields and McCoys. But that familiarity
that's
also
true.
breeds so much contempt.
But this is more like the Olympics. I've been to the Olympics in '96, and this seemed to have more of the Olympic vibe.
In Atlanta?
I was. Yeah, it was awesome. I got very, very lucky with a friend of mine whose dad was a surgeon, and Kodak sponsored him to go down there. And his older brother, my friend's older brother, couldn't go, and they took me, which was awesome. Yeah. So I went down there for a week, and I saw the second Dream Team play, and saw Agassi win the gold. I saw some really cool stuff. It was unbelievable. I was incredibly lucky to get that. But what stood out, probably my top memory from it, was that I saw boxing. Went to the semifinals of boxing. We saw Mayweather fight, but the Kazakhstanis were going crazy. The passion of the Kazakhstanis, Kazakhstan, they're screaming throughout the entire match, whether their guys were fighting or not. And that's probably like those types of moments. We went to see the finals of team handball, which was, it was Sweden, Finland, or something like that, because that's where handball's really big. And people were going insane for their countries. Like that is much more, I think, akin to what you saw.
Okay, so that's question one. That was your personal experience. And then I saw you in the video. And by the way, John Schneider looking at you is the way that Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton look at me during the draft coverage. You're like, you're out of your mind. Because you were teeing up. I
John
just was
Schneider
watching
did
Schneider.
look at me like that.
He was like, what planet is this guy from? What is going on right now?
But I warned him. I told Mike McDonald. I told John Schneider. I said, hey, I'm getting ready to get a little crazy now. And I told him, but go ahead, what you got?
Yeah, no, and John, looking at you, honestly, it brought me back to every draft I've worked with Dave and Bob. What was their impression as they were on the field, as John and Mike and a bunch of Brady and a bunch of the players were down there, as you kind of felt their vibe? What did they feel?
Well, you can tell that, look, at that point in time, USA was being screamed all over. During that time, the energy was just crazy at that time. So you can tell that they were big fans of the moment. At that time, he was not the GM. Mike McDonald was not the head coach of the Seahawks. They were fans like everyone else, curious, anxious, the energy, taking it all in at that moment. But I'm glad you asked me about that moment because that's what I felt and saw from them. But let me tell you what came from me and I thought was interesting that I actually, when I was going up to the elevator and I was thinking about it, I'm like, John Schneider and Mike McDonald and the players, like, yo, these dudes they love each other. Like, I'm not just, look, I'm not just being corny when I say this. Like, you can't fake it.
Or they don't need to be together.
They don't need to be together.
Right.
Like, you can't fake this. And just in that moment, they're just hanging out. And they're just people that you would just hang out with at the barbershop or at the local pub or whatever the case may be. That's
or at the
them.
family reunion bus.
Yeah.
That's them. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember, like, GMs, no disrespect, I don't mean this is disrespect, but I remember the Ruskell, right? I remember that executive, like, hoity-toity, crease pants, tighty-whitey underwear. You know what I'm saying? That type of deal. John Schneider and Mike McDonald, they just chilling. They got it. They normal dudes. And they doing it their own way.
So then, what do you think, given all the love in the building, what do you think the reaction would be from those in the building to see that Leonard Williams was named the #1 defensive tackle in the entire NFL by the coaches, the scouts, and the executives, GMs across the league? Well-deserved.
Well-deserved. Well-deserved. And look, I think all of us here in Seattle, anytime we get some respect out here on our team, unlike Bucky Brooks predicting the team to
we're
go
talking to Bucky
9:30. Are you talking to him at 9:30?
Yeah, we're going to find out what the deal
I just set that up.
Bucky's not a hot take guy, so I'm a little he's got to have a reason behind
I bet you his reason is centered around the running back situation.
That is a terrible reason to go 7 and 10.
Yeah.
He's smarter than that. I mentioned
it. And as far as defensively, this defense is going to be better than it was last year. But back to the Leo Williams. I'm going to say this, and I hope Leonard Williams will hear about this and get mad at me. But I'm just going to tell y'all something.
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
If let's just say you were with Leonard Williams at a dinner party. Y'all been hanging out. He's a big guy, but you've had conversations with him. You've been sitting next to him and you've been talking to him. He's talking about his plants. He's talking about his kid. He's talking about everything. Listen to this, check this out. And then towards the very end of the party, you say, hey, so what do you do for work? And he's like, oh, I'm an NFL football player. Leonard Williams has this real different type energy when he talks and everything. You would not believe he's a football player, and you would not believe he's the #1 D tackle in the game.
Are we underrating Leonard Williams here? I mean, like, we've talked a lot about him, Brock.
Yes.
And
yes.
Last year I gave people homework to go tell people around them how great Leonard Williams is because he just needs more press for it. But he was the best player on a Super Bowl team. Like, let's be clear. I mean, that's literally what it says from one of these executives in this piece, and they're right. He was the best player on the Seahawks Super Bowl team this year. That's what this guy said. JSN would obviously have a pretty good case on that one as well. But or how about I use the word arguably, the best player on a football team playing one of the 2 or 3 most important positions on the field. Years from now, should we be talking about Leonard? I mean, is he going to be like Ring of Honor and one of the? He hasn't been here his whole career, but what he's done while he's been here
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be a Ring of Honor guy?
Oh.
Not just what he does on the field, but a leader, a great dude. Like, now he hasn't, embedded himself in Seattle the way Bobby and KJ and Sherm and, that whole group did. Marshawn.
Well, where would you put him and Michael Bennett? Michael Bennett won a Super Bowl, got to a second Super Bowl. He was
Michael Bennett's unbelievable. Leonard Williams is a better player, though, right? Michael Bennett wasn't going to be number one. He wasn't. I love Michael Bennett. Don't get me wrong. He's one of my favorite players to watch as a player. But, Leonard Williams is he's the straw that stirs the drink. He is more important to the Seahawks defense now than any player of that defense was specifically to that defense.
Can I just share with you a specific conversation that I just had with him? We were talking about, because he's been training over here locally with one of the local trainers here and everything. We were talking about some of the guys that were there and everything. Just recently, my son came in town and went over with those guys. Anyway, he was just like, "Oh yeah," and Bobby was there. Oh, it's good to see Bobby. It's like when he was talking about that moment, he was talking. You can tell he's a big fan of Bobby. Mm-hmm. He's just. I'm not saying that other defensive tackles that are really good aren't nice. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that he's smiling all the time. He's just his demeanor and his energy, Brock. He's not nasty off the field.
Right.
There's some people are nasty on and off the field. And he's
not Chris Clemens.
Off the field.
Oh, Chris Clemens? the fact that you brought that up, I don't know why Chris Clemens, respectfully, Chris Clemens was a jerk on and off the field. It was just a jerk, man.
Yeah,
why are you so mean, Chris? Chris Clemens was mean to everybody.
So go back. Is Leonard Williams going to be a Ring of Honor player?
That's a tough one, Salk.
Why?
Just a few years, right?
There's just so much because the game works like this. If this person goes in, then this person has to get in. And when does that happen? For example, Sean Alexander, he got in. Well, we had to figure out how to get Matt Hasselbeck in. So you put Matt Hasselbeck in first, and then, by default, you got to put Sean Alexander in.
By the end of this year, it'll be his 4th year in Seattle. Let's say he plays another 2 after that.
And he wins another Super Bowl?
Well, even if he doesn't, he's the best player on one of your 2 Super Bowl teams. How would he not be in the...
Because there's Cam, because there's Earl, because there's Bobby.
Well, those guys are going to go in before him. I'm not saying that they're not going to go in first. All those guys are going to go in.
Slow down, though, Mike. You're talking about the Ring of Honor. You're not going to just go happy on all the flags all over.
But that team was so unique. You don't think that Cam and Earl and some of those guys are going to be in the Ring of Honor?
I'm saying that of that team, if you talk about the LOB era, it might take a while, and it might not. They might not get in. Some of our favorite players, as time moves on.
I get it. Some of the players that we love, but were more complimentary pieces. Guy like KJ Wright, who we love and love talking to. I don't know whether KJ will ever be a Ring of Honor member. Not that I wouldn't love it for him, but because he was a complimentary piece as opposed to the guy that everything was built on.
Yeah.
But Leonard Williams is the best player on your Super Bowl team.
Yeah, but you got to if you're talking Ring of Honor for a specific team, Brock, can you agree with this?
Yeah, I think it's just a little early. We're 3-4 years.
You got to be 5-6 plus years.
All right,
it's a little early.
Well, he's only 31. He can play this year at 32.
Final year.
So what happens?
Can I ask one last?
Go ahead, Brock.
We got 1 minute before you got to run.
Yeah.
So I just been thinking about this. Remember Radio Row? Remember how fun Radio Row was?
Yeah.
Remember G found a way on Radio Row just to get kind of right. Biased, just involved, just engaged.
I remember.
It was just awesome. So I am deeply curious, and maybe we'll sit on this for a week, G. You can think about it at the family reunion, and next week we'll get your answer on this. How is G going to infiltrate Hard Knocks? Because if he was infiltrating Radio Row the way he did, he is going to find
doing
a way.
voiceovers for Hard Knocks.
I'm going to tell you right now. It's easier to infiltrate Brock and Salk than it will be.
That's tough, though, because I've heard you're kind of a shameless self-promoter, so I would assume that will be kind of your... I heard it. I would assume that you'll probably find a way to do that through Hard Knocks.
Listen, man. Listen. To be a shameless self-promoter. And by the way, I just want to say this. If you're not a self-promoter, then who promotes you?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, are you waiting for someone else to be like,
You did. You promoted me today. You said so many nice things about me.
I did.
Thank you, G. That was so nice of you. Seriously,
G,
I really
send us
was
a pic
meaningful.
tomorrow night on the family bus. I want to know how many of the 25 are sleeping. Get them little pillows.
You guys want me to do that?
I want to hear more
Get
about
them
this.
little pillows.
I just hope that your plan doesn't backfire. I just hope you don't end up spending a lot of money and then have people in your family be like kind of annoyed, like you're trying to show them up.
I'm gonna let the tab folks know. I'm gonna say, hey, when you get to this number, say something.
Okay, but I'm telling you, I think there's going to be at least one person
snag
in your
about
family
a dozen of those
who's
pillows
mad about it
on the plane.
Oh,
the little
G's
pillows on the plane.
trying to show that he makes all this money, trying to make me look bad, like I can't afford the night out.
Let me tell you something about family. You're danged if you do, danged if you don't. They'll talk about you like, oh, he's that, or oh, he didn't do this.
So you might as well do it. I don't know. I guess I would say if that's the case, you might as well not do it and not spend $10,000 on somebody who's maybe not going to be grateful for it.
In our culture, sometimes
it's worth it.
Well, it's worth it, but not many. There's probably only one that's got,
When you say our, you mean yours and mine?
Yeah,
yours and mine.
Are you Irish?
No, I'm not Irish. Get out of here. Russian with like a tiny bit of Dutch.
Are you Russian?
Russian Jews, man. We got to escape the pogroms. I'm so glad we got into my my heritage. That was it was a really important thing yesterday, and I'm glad we replayed it as well. All right, coming up, the Mariners did something bad yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. I was going to turn this thing around. I got a few things to say about them next on Brock and Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
It's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with a test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
O'Brien. If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grow fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out.
If your family qualifies, you could receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer, food in your cart, and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox, but some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Ron Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. And my good friend, Chef John Howie, is behind every plate.
Hey, thanks, Brock. You know, springtime is the best time for fresh, wild Pacific Northwest salmon. At Sea Star, we go from Columbia River King, my personal favorite, to the Copper River King in May.
So whether it is a date night, whether it's a business dinner, or you're craving the very best wild salmon, go visit John Howie at Sea Star in Bellevue. Visit Sea Star in Bellevue.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, continuing on here this morning, I want to respond to Bucky Brooks, who joined us yesterday. I was thinking more about his 7-10 prediction for the Seahawks, how ridiculous it is. So we'll get to that at 7:30. It honestly started to bother me more later last night, the more I thought about it. And then I got a whole bunch of other stuff I want to do. But as Shannon's going to join us at 8:30, and maybe Shannon will feel a little better than I do today. Yeah, I try to be pretty... I try. Look, I naturally can be an emotional person. I naturally can swing to over-exaggeration. I have some sympathy for someone like Lyle, who declares the season over 5 or 6 times over the course of a year, because I've been that person in my life, and I hopefully have tried to learn over the years about just how fickle this game of baseball really is. So I try. I'm not always successful, but I do try. I'm a little concerned. Well, not a little. I'm concerned about the Mariners today. I'm concerned. I am. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the season's over, even though I know there are some people out there that want me to say that, because it's not. Because I got a text earlier that reminded us that, each of the last few years, the Mariners had like a 1-month heater. And if they've got that in them here in the second half at some point, they still have 3 more months to get that done. They go on a 1-month heater, and they're going to run away with the division like Jim Bowden said they were going to do yesterday. And, then we'll see what happens in the postseason. So that's obviously entirely possible for them. But things don't look good right now. I said on Monday this was the first real big road trip that they were going to take. And they had it, stacked up against them a little bit. 3rd straight trip to the East Coast. That's not easy. I get it. There's a challenge in there. It's not an excuse, but it's a real challenge. But that was sort of what made me look at it and say, okay, here's your test. You want to be a good team this year? Not just, the tallest of the short people in this division? You want to actually be good? Go on the road. Go to the East Coast for the third time in a row. Go beat two really good teams in Miami and then in Tampa. Go 4-2 on the road trip. That's what I said I wanted to see. You're coming off a 5-1 homestand. You took care of the miserable Angels and a flailing Blue Jays team. Now take that on the road and continue to play that kind of ball against two teams that are probably going to the postseason this year. Tampa almost definitely, and Miami definitely would be if they were in the American League, and probably will in a much more stacked National League. Go do it on the road. I wanted to see 4-2. Show me you're for real. Show me heading into the All-Star break that you could start to put this together. Show me that this team is going to be worth investing more into over the next 3.5 weeks before the trade deadline. And that's now out of the question for the homestand, for the road trip, as they've already lost the first 3 games. Instead, now you're fighting over these last 3 games just to stay right there, just to stay in contention as one of the better teams in the American League with your up and down, roughly a couple games over 500 record. You get swept in Tampa, which is not like what I'm expecting to happen, but if it does, you're 3 games below 500 again. And you go and you just embarrassed yourself against some of the best competition you faced in a row. So they can do that. Look, they could go and sweep Tampa, and now we're saying, back to 3 games over 500, nice little lead in the division, show that they could play with the best team in the American League in their building. Like, I don't know what's going to happen next, but if they continue to play the way they did over the last 3 games, and really outside of against the Angels, the way they've played over the last few weeks and month, like the last month, they've gotten healthier. They've gotten Cal back. Right, like they've got Randy came back and Canzone came back and like Rayleigh was back. All right, they're missing Brash right now. They're missing Julio for a week. Okay, like that happens, but they're now a whole lot more healthy than when we were looking at them as the walking wounded. Something's not right with the team. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something not right. The big stars aren't getting it done. That's the biggest problem. And I'm going to say that over and over again. If you're like putting the blame pie out there, I think that's like 50%. And then everything else is going to gather into the other half of the blame pie. You need your stars to be stars. You need, and that's not to rip them. It's not to say they're not trying hard or not working on it or they don't care, anything like that. I think they do. But what was the difference last year for the Mariners? What was the difference? Guys, you know the difference. Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs last year. Why were the Mariners better than they'd been the previous few years? Because Cal Raleigh hit 60 home runs. This year he's on pace to hit like 20. That's a pretty big difference. We knew it wasn't going to be 60, but we thought it'd be 40. Thought it'd at least be 35. And right now, you're missing some 40 home runs that you got last year. And then your biggest offseason thing was that you re-signed Josh Naylor, and he's been a negative win player. Outside of a weird trip around the bases yesterday with one of the strangest hits you'll ever see, a perfect Josh Naylor second base, stolen second, and then, what really should have been him picked off, but it turned into running around for the first run. Other than that little weird trip around the bases, Josh been, unfortunately, awful. He hasn't hit.
I mean, Dominic Canzone and Luke Rayleigh are your...
Dominic Canzone, Luke Rayleigh, Randy Arozarena, and Cole Young has been your team.
Not really who you want to be your... It's great that they're doing well.
That is supposed to be your second tier.
Yes.
That is supposed to be the guys that complement Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor, and Randy is sort of right on the verge of kind of being in between those two things. That's the way this thing was built, along with the starting pitching. And unfortunately, it has not been that. I don't know why. I don't know what can be done about it. I don't know. I'm not saying that they haven't had some injuries or that they've played through stuff. I'm sure that's part of it. But something's not right, and the biggest stars are the biggest reason why. But after that, number 2 on the list is sloppy play. One of the hallmarks of the Mariners for the last 5 years, since they started this contention window, has been that they play pretty clean. Not perfect, but pretty darn clean. Defense pretty good, base running pretty good, don't get picked off, don't do dumb stuff, don't make horrible decisions either on the bench or in the field. That has not been the problem watching the Mariners until this year. This year it's been a problem. You got to clean it up. And this series had multiple issues. 2 errors yesterday, including Colt Emerson with his foot off the bag. The day before, obviously, the 2 non-challenges in the 9th inning, which were, especially the second one, I think just completely not unforgivable, but unacceptable. You can forgive, but you can't accept. And then the day before, you've got another completely unacceptable base running gaffe by Weston Wilson. All right, these aren't all, and honestly, yesterday, you probably had another one with Naylor. It's just that he lucked into the pitcher, throwing it 8 feet over the guy's head at third base. Guys, that's sloppy play. Randy getting thrown out trying to steal second, I can deal with that. You're trying to put the game in motion. That's what everybody wants. You're not scoring. Okay, that happened the other night. I get it. You're trying to, fine. But the lack of concentration stuff, that's not okay. And it's especially not okay when you're having a problem with your stars not hitting the way they're supposed to hit. So you add those 2 things together and then throw in the inconsistency on the road and some of the oddities around in the clubhouse between the Randy and Cal thing at the beginning of the year, between trying to live up to the World Series expectations at the beginning of the year, the WBC and whatever happened there with some of the guys, and then finally, at the end of that, just some of the piggyback and the 6-man rotation. And I got some sound from Bryce Miller. He didn't sound too wild about some of the, after effects or trade-offs of the 6-man. You put it all together, and there is a problem. There's an inconsistency to this team that is problematic. And as we sit here 3 games before the All-Star break, these 3 games are actually pretty darn important. I'm not going to tell you their season depends on them. It doesn't. But you really want to go 2-1 in Tampa and beat this team and show that you belong. Because you come back off the All-Star break after losing 2 out of 3 here in Tampa, or God forbid, swept again, and now you got a real uphill climb before the trade deadline. And you got to convince management, ownership, everybody, that the team is worth investing in a big way. So, you do still have half a year. They can still go on a 1-month heater. They do still have great starting pitching. They do still have all the opportunities in the world to go out and trade for more players. The assets are all there. And it's entirely possible, if not likely, that Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor will be significantly better in the second half than they were in the first, and then add in Julio, who has still some room there. Yeah, absolutely. They could be much, much better, and they'll get Matt Brash back, and they'll get Brendan Donovan back. Like, all of those things can go right, and you could have a tremendous second half, and today's rant will be washed away. But in the moment today, reacting with a little emotion, I don't like the vibes. I don't like the way they're playing. I don't like the lack of concentration. I don't like the lack of accountability. And I'm waiting for something to change. And waiting, as you know, is a really frustrating part of this whole thing. When we come back, I'll play you the Bryce Miller's part of everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory, your daily football fix at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
What are your thoughts on VAR? Could it be used in the NFL?
It's almost too precise. We should be able to use something like that to spot the football, to get the exact spot. I think that's the biggest thing in football that needs some help and needs to be changed, is knowing where the ball is. Because, we're doing the eyeball test with these referees.
Get every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain. On sale now at Dunn Lumber.
Explore the American supercar and British motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruise-in, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
The best safety feature on any machine is a well-trained operator. With online, hands-on, in-class, and blended options, Levitt Training helps your team stay safe, certified, and confident on the job. Book your training today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
The idea of push-starting a boat just doesn't seem right to us here at Pacific Power Batteries. A marine battery should just plain work, every time. Let us help you with selecting the right type of marine battery. Deep cycle, starting battery, AGM, or even lithium battery. You can start with our helpful hints on our website or just stop by and talk with us. Don't worry, you don't need to be a Marine to buy a battery from us. Get it? Marine batteries? Pacific Power Batteries. Come into a business with a soul.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's an ugly sweep in Miami as the Mariners had kind of a non-competitive finish to the series yesterday. Bryce Miller got bombed early, never able to generate swings and misses. walked more batters than he struck out for the first time all year. Just wasn't great. Goes 5 innings, gives up 6 runs on 9 hits. Couple more errors in the field didn't help. Couldn't pounce on some opportunities early when they drew 4 walks to go with a couple of errors on the other pitcher. It wasn't good. Interesting to hear Bryce, who did not have his best stuff, say that the 6-man rotation could have something to do with that.
I feel good. It's always weird. I was telling Trent earlier, like, it's weird because, the more rest you get between starts, it's almost like body feels better, but stuff isn't as good. At least that's how it feels like it's been for me. And, even on, 5 days rest compared to 7, going into the game, I might not feel as good, but sometimes the stuff is sharper. So it's kind of give or take. And today, I felt good going in the game, but the stuff just wasn't very sharp. So
kind of an interesting trade-off, right? Body feels good, stuff isn't good. And look, if that means that the stuff is where you want it to be and the body is where you want it to be late in the year, fine. But that is one of the trade-offs, and 7 days off is a lot for a modern-day starting pitcher. Mariners now back to 500, 20-27 on the road. That's an ugly number, and that's going to get harder because they're going to go to Tampa now to finish off the first half against the red-hot Rays. Final series here in the first half. Luis Castillo gets the ball tonight, trying to stop the skid. Nick Martinez has been excellent for the Rays. He pitches for them tonight. Tomorrow, Logan Gilbert against Griffin Jacks. Remember, he was the reliever from the Twins. The Mariners wanted last year, and they've turned him into a starter now in Tampa. And then Emerson Hancock and Ian Seymour in the finale. So the good news here, you avoid both Drew Rasmussen and Shane McClanahan, 2 of their 3 top starters. You couldn't have planned it too much better than that. Get through Martinez tonight, and you got at least a couple opportunities in the final 2 games.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, as for the roster, it doesn't look like Julio Rodriguez is coming back, at least until after the All-Star break. He is eligible to return from the concussion IL today. Doesn't sound like he's ready to go and might not even be over the next couple days. At that point, probably just let him sit and, take a few more over the All-Star break and be back and ready to go when everybody gets back to playing. Concussions, as you know, pretty tricky, and he's still having some minor symptoms. But with concussions, you need him to be symptom-free entirely. So don't know how long that's going to take. MLB draft will be this weekend. Pivotal, right? Talk about trades and deals and all that for the deadline. Right now, today, and really for the last week or so, nobody's working on those. The only thing they're thinking about is the draft. It is the lifeblood of the organization. M's picked 24th in the first round. Seen lots of different mocks. Here's what Joe Doyle said yesterday or 2 days ago to Curtis Rogers.
There's probably 10, 12, as many as 15 names in play. I think Seattle is going to take what kind of falls in their lap at 24. This is a decent year for college pitching. I think there's going to be some options there. I think you kind of look for a guy like a Mason Edwards out of South Carolina, Taylor Rabe out of Ole Miss. Maybe you look for a guy like Cade Townsend out of Ole Miss as well. There's going to be some college pitchers that will be enticing to the Mariners.
Be interesting to see too. There's a call. I've seen high school lefty as a possibility, and maybe they go that route, given that they've got a couple of big time starters that are close to the big leagues. Got a little time to develop that next group. Maybe you go in that direction. Maybe they want to go. I've seen a catcher, college catcher as there are a lot of different options for where they could go. But yeah, if I had to bet, it would probably be a college pitcher because that's very much in their wheelhouse.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Pretty interested in this story. A guy named Ben Horney of Front Office Sports, who I think is on with Bump and Stacy later today, says 2 of the groups expected to make bids for the Seahawks have emerged as front runners. So one of those is the Aditya Mittal Wick Grossbeck group. That's the guy who currently owns the Celtics, along with the guy who used to own the Celtics. The other is led by Niners minority investor Vinod Khosla. There could be more. You could end up with a late front runner, something along those lines. The price seems like it's going to be still exorbitant, and none of this idea that it's going to be well off of what everyone thought it was going to be. But I'm intrigued certainly by Grossbeck, just because I have some knowledge of who he is, know people who know him. Pretty good owner. Did a really good job kind of reviving the Celtics after they had gone through some rough patches. And obviously a storied franchise, but they had gone through kind of a rough time. And he came in and They won championships under him, and he was a big part of the reason why. So I'd be intrigued. I'd be intrigued by the Metal Grossbeck group, that's for sure. And then the other report here is there is at least one former Seahawks player who is involved with one of these groups. I don't know who it is, but there's only so many options. And Russell Wilson, it's hard not to land on that name.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about that since you brought it up earlier.
All right, that's everything you need to know. Who else would it be more? I'm just trying to think. Marshawn would be a name to think about.
Been involved in business. Yeah, you mentioned Marshawn's already involved in Kraken ownership. I thought Bobby's definitely always wanted to be a businessman. He's part owner of the Storm, right?
Yep. So maybe, there's a couple guys, but, between Russ has money, Andy's got his wife with money. He loves this type of stuff. He and Sierra are in the Sounders already.
I wonder how Jody Allen feels, like if there's any hard feelings, because he kind of, from what we understand, gave her an ultimatum, like me or Pete and John.
Yeah, she doesn't like him, it doesn't seem. But I don't know whether, again, if he's just a minority part of a group that is willing to spend $500 million more than another group, is she going to say no? Fascinating. And we don't know that it's him. It could be somebody else. It could be Matt Hasselbeck for all we know. I don't know. That would surprise me. Let's call him. Let's see if it's Matt. I'm going to just start the rumor that it is. All right. Coming up next, I got 3 things I want to do before Blue 88. We talked to Bucky Brooks yesterday about a 7-10 prediction for the Seahawks, and I'm still just not buying it. So I've got that, and then I also have some sound. Yeah, you sent this over last night, Maura, and when I heard it, I loved it. I just wish we were hearing more of it. So I want to get to both those things next on Brock and Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
It's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater. DayandNight.net.
Your property is almost perfect, if it wasn't for that troublesome tree or stump. Stop looking at it and mowing around it. P&D Tree Service will remove it for you. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, a small yard, or land clearing, P&D Tree will do it safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees and stumps away from homes, leaving a clean yard to enjoy. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. For 24 years, my team and I at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar have called Bellevue home. We serve fresh, locally sourced seafood, farm fresh produce and poultry, and great steaks. At Sea Star, we like to say there's something for everyone, from the carnivore to the pescatarian to the vegetarian. Come see for yourself at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. SeaStarRestaurant.com, SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish cyberknife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer. How did you hear about Swedish cyberknife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish cyberknife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it?
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Come on, Bucky Brooks. We had him on yesterday, and he is a nice guy, and he worked with Daniel Jeremiah for a long time. And I said yesterday he's not a hot take artist, but I think this is a hot take. I don't know what else to say about it. The Seahawks are not going to go 7-10. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, look, maybe
he's have a very strong view that it's too hard to repeat.
Yeah, but that is not a good enough reason. Like, and sitting there being like, well, as you know, after you win a championship, it's really hard to repeat. Okay, it is hard to repeat. That doesn't mean you go 7-10.
Yeah, there's a difference between repeating.
I agree.
And
it's
dropping
very hard
that
to repeat.
far down.
Very hard. They might not go 14-3 again. They might not win the Super Bowl again. Like, yeah, no kidding. I don't think anyone here has the mortal lock expectation that there's no chance they don't repeat. But below 500? By 2 games?
Well, as you guys pointed out to him, the Seahawks rarely in this era, even back to Pete Carroll, have done that poorly.
In the John Schneider era, I think they've gone that once, maybe twice. And oh, by the way, the last time they won a Super Bowl, the next year they went back to the Super Bowl and were arguably better than they were before. So it's a ridiculous argument. The repeat element to me is bunk. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. But I don't even think that was his best, quote unquote, biggest argument. None of them were great. I think you could make a decent. The Kubiak thing is a big deal. Okay, that's an unknown. But unless you think that the new offensive coordinator, Brian Fleury, is bad, unless your belief is it's not just that he's an unknown, he's bad. He's a bad coordinator. This is going to be back to Shane Waldron, Ryan Grubb. He doesn't know what he's doing. He stinks. He's an idiot. Unless that's your view, you see that as a 7-game swing from last year?
I think there are some
What are we
questions
talking
with him
about?
never having called plays before, just because
Fair.
Even Kubiak, who's very experienced in that, had to make some adjustments partway through the season
Totally
as
fair.
people got to know their offense.
Absolutely, Maura.
So even if Fleury starts off good, is he going to be able to make those adjustments
Very
as the
fair
season
questions.
goes along?
All fair.
But yes,
I have
I'm with
them
you.
myself.
It's not that big of a...
Unless you think the answer is no, he can't do that, then you cannot predict a 7-game
Well, and are you going to give
drop-off.
Mike McDonald any credit for
No,
the
none.
fact that he could step in there too? I think that he is a good enough coach to help Fleury if he needs it.
The only answer to that is no. I don't think those guys can do that. That's the only way you can justify that biggest swing. So here's really what it comes down to. It comes down to a couple of things. Brock is right. Yes, some of it is Sam Darnold. Just don't believe in Sam Darnold. Fair. Not everybody does. He's not alone. But Sam Darnold is not going to become a bottom 5 quarterback next year. He's somewhere in the middle, and he's got a really good team around him. And he's not getting paid so much that you can't put good players around him. That was true last year, and it's going to be even more true this year. There's no reason to believe Sam will be worse than he was last year. That doesn't make any sense. He's been good now for 2 years. I don't see an immediate drop-off coming. Is he Patrick Mahomes in his prime? No. But I don't see any reason he's going to get, again, 7 games worse than he was a year ago. That's horse-pucky. Doesn't make any sense. The only thing that I keep coming back to is he just doesn't think the Seahawks were actually good last year, which is dumb. But, we asked him about it because he used the words lightning in a bottle. I'll play you the 2 cuts. Here's where he first mentioned it.
And then when the changes that you have, Clint Kubiak, who I think is one of the top 5 play callers in ball, he disappears. You lose the Super Bowl MVP in Kenneth Walker. You have some change that, to me, I just wonder, can you capture lightning in the bottle all over again in a division that is increasingly tougher with the Niners and the Rams loading up?
Okay, first of all, is the division increasingly tougher? The Rams might be better than last year. They might be. We'll see. They should be. I mean, like Myles Garrett's really good. They added pieces. They might be better. But I don't have proof definitively that the Niners are going to be better. I mean, they might be. They might be worse. I don't know. By the way, the Seahawks absolutely mauled them twice at the end of the year. And George Kittle was on the field for at least one of those games. So I don't want to hear it. I'm not buying any of that. And they beat okay, fine. Maybe they split with the Niners and Rams. Maybe they go 1-1 against each of them. The Cardinals aren't getting any better. And then, you have a hard schedule, but what, you're going to lose all your tough games? That's just not been who they are. So it comes back to those words he used. They caught lightning in a bottle last year. That, to me, tells me that he thinks it was just some lucky timing. So I asked him to go into a little greater depth. What do you mean lightning in a bottle?
So when I talk about the lightning in the bottle, I think from the outside, out of the Pacific Northwest, there was an expectation that when the Seattle Seahawks played the LA Rams, given the way the Rams had handled Sam Darnold and those things, there was an expectation that the Rams were going to go to the Super Bowl. I live in L.A. In L.A., they feel like they tricked that game off more so than Seattle. I'm not saying they're right or not, but that's the feeling that exists outside of the Pacific Northwest.
I'm going to pause that. You are saying they're right. You are saying they're right. If you were saying they're not right, then you wouldn't have the Seahawks at 7-10. You're saying they are right. Own it. You are saying that. You're saying that when they believe that the Seahawks tricked out those games, meaning they weren't really supposed to win them, meaning they got lucky on the 2-point conversion, meaning they weren't real wins for some reason or another, I don't know, you are saying they're right. If you were saying they were wrong or that you didn't believe in that, then you would say that the Seahawks are going to be right there with the Rams again this year. But you are saying that. Right? I mean, you're very clearly not disagreeing with them when you have the opportunity to do so.
And so when I look at it, when I talk about catching lightning in the bottle, that was not a sign of disrespect.
It is.
But they got hot and played their best ball when they needed to. I just recognize that division is very formidable, and they're going to have to be at their best to be able to knock off those other two other teams that we talked about at the top of the West.
All right, let me be clear about something here. The New York Giants that beat the Patriots in 2007 caught lightning in a bottle. They were a mediocre team all year. They went to the playoffs. They got hot for a few games and caught lightning in a bottle. The New York Giants that beat the Patriots the second time with the Mario Manningham play from Eli. Great plays. Both deserving champions. Both teams caught lightning in a bottle. Neither team had great seasons, but both of them got hot at the end of the year and caught lightning in a bottle. Those are fair comments to make about those teams. And you could probably come up with some others as well. Teams that were okay throughout the year, but got hot at the end. I understand what that is. That's a real thing in the NFL. I don't think that's true of a 14-3 team that lost 2 of its 3 games by October 5th. Like, what? They won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games? Oh, sorry. One of those is preseason.
And as much as you can say that those games with the Rams could have gone either way, once it got to the playoffs, McVay kind of admits that he choked himself. Like he did not coach that well in the Bears game. He made some mistakes. He made some mistakes in the Seahawks game that he admitted. And McDonald did none of that. McDonald was at his best in the playoffs.
They won 14 of their last 15 games. That's not lightning in a bottle.
No.
That's just being a good team. Oh, by the way, he said a lot of those games came down in the fourth quarter. What, because he watched the Jacksonville game? Did New Orleans, the 44-13 win, come down just to the fourth quarter? What about 38-14 over Washington? What about 44-22 over Arizona? What about 26-0 over Minnesota? What about 37-9 over Atlanta? Yeah, all right, there were some close ones in there. Indy, the Rams, obviously. Not 27-10 over Carolina.
Indy against Phillip Rivers, that was one where I think we were all like, what are you guys doing?
That wasn't their best game. They had some off games. I'm not saying they were a perfect team.
Yeah.
But they didn't catch lightning in a bottle. They didn't just get hot in the playoffs. And oh, by the way, in the playoffs, they played 3 games and dismantled 2 of the 3 teams. They didn't squeak by. So, meanwhile, the Rams did squeak by. They barely made it through the playoffs. They barely made it to Seattle.
Well, and that's where I don't think Bucky is giving enough credit to Mike McDonald. He said something about a team that wins the Super Bowl and how when you have a lot of young guys, you might not be able to carry that over the next year. I think McDonald has a perfect plan for that. I don't think he's going to let that be an issue. Like I said, I think McDonald outcoached McVay in the playoffs. And I think that if Fleury has any struggles, McDonald's at a point now with that defense where he could step away and he could help with the offense that he wasn't at when Ryan Grubb was struggling in his first season.
Yes, and yes. Again, the only way you can come up with a 7-10 prediction is if your answer to that is not, I don't know if he can do it. It's, I don't think he can do it. I think Mike McDonald can't coach this team for another year in the same way he did the year before. It's disrespectful. It is. And I wish I'd been more upset about it yesterday. Took thinking about it a little bit more last night and hearing some of the response. I'm just not buying any of it. And look, he did say, I'll give Bucky a little credit. He was like, yeah, maybe I went a little hard on it. It is a little bit of a glass half empty view on. Okay, like I get it. And I understand. Like, he's just putting it out there. He looked at the schedule real quick. I was like, tough division, tough schedule. These things are against him. But he didn't look at any of the other side of it. And that's a mistake. And it does come across as disrespectful. Disrespectful to Mike McDonald, disrespectful to Brian Fleury, disrespectful to the players on this team, and disrespectful to the stars like Leonard Williams, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, like Byron Murphy, like Nick Eamon-Wari, who's going to get better. I think it's a bad prediction. Now, look, doesn't mean he could go 7. They could go 7-10. I don't know. Again, I said this yesterday. To me, like, if you predict a team to go 10-7, that means you think it's the most likely answer. Like, because nobody knows what's going to happen in an NFL season. The most likely result in that case is 10-7. But it means that 11 wins is about as likely as 9. It means that 12 wins is about as likely as 8. It means that 13 wins is about as likely as set. Like, you're taking the midpoint on a graph, right? On a bar chart. You're taking the highest likelihood, but it's a pyramid. Like it's a triangle. The ones next to it are equally as likely. If you're telling me you think they're going to go 7-10 as your prediction, you think at that point that 8 wins is as likely as 6, 9 wins is as likely as 5, and going a mere 10-7, 4 games off of last year, would be as likely as going 4-13. Now, he may not agree with that view of it, but that's how I've always looked at predictions. You're giving me the midpoint of what you think is most likely. Otherwise, you're just putting a number out there for the sake of putting out a number. If you think there's a 3-win team out there, well, you think 4 wins is likely as 2. You think that 10 wins is like not going to happen because you can't go to 0. So I think that you better be careful if you're going to pick a team that won a Super Bowl last year to go 7-10, because that means you think 4 or 5 wins is like pretty within the realm of possibility. By the way, I think 14 wins again is perfectly likely. That would mean that that's as likely as the Seahawks going 0-17. That's nonsense. That's complete and utter nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. It does not fit with reality. It's a non-starter. The Seahawks could go 7-10. They could. But the chances of that happening to me, let's say my prediction, right now, without even seeing them yet, let's go 12. Let's go 12-5. Let's be conservative, okay? Let's say they're 2 games worse than last. It's a really hard schedule. Let's say they go 12-5. Let's even say they go 11-6. Wildcard team, okay? 11-6. I'm going to be very conservative. That means if I were to predict that they went 11-6, that means they are as likely to go 15-2 as his prediction of 7-10. I don't know, man. That's going to be hard for me. That one's going to be pretty hard for me. All right, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I never even got to the Maniac to sound. We'll see if we can do that maybe a little bit later in the show. No Brock today, so I am doing Blue 88 myself, and I will answer my own questions. What do you think of that, Maura?
These are the best.
Or do you want to answer? Do you want to ask me the questions, or do you want me to ask and answer them?
I can ask.
Oh, you can ask me the questions.
Where did A.J. Barner land in the tight end ranking?
Well, he wasn't on it. Wasn't in the top 10, wasn't in the 6 honorable mentions, wasn't in the 8 receiving votes or whatever it was. I think there are 22, 23 names on there, and there was no sign of A.J. Barner. I know Brock is going to be upset about that when he comes back. He's all in on A.J. Barner, and he might end up being right. Ben Solak thinks there's a lot to come for the Seahawks young tight end.
I mean, he's a son of a gun, right? I mean, he's just a physical, nasty, angry dude. And now, like, he's got really nice ball tracking and adjustment ability, right? I think about that big catch he had against the Rams there on that play action fake, and he's wide open, and Sam throws to him on the shot play in the end zone. But ball's not great. It's a little bit long. It's a little bit upfield. AJ sees it and adjusts to it really well and goes and addresses it away from his frame and makes the catch. And so he's reliable in terms of adjusting to those downfield balls. So you really need your tight end to be that if you want him to be like a shot play guy for you, which is what I think Barner can be.
Yeah, I don't know. I read through the names. There are a lot of really good tight ends in the league right now. It is a position of great strength in the NFL as teams have really set about using those players in particular to try to deal with the nickel defense and some of the challenges that defenses came up with to handle all of the 3 and 4 wide receiver sets that were driving them crazy. They've started using tight ends who are more versatile and are forcing the defense. I mean, this isn't brain surgery. We all know this is happening. So there are a lot of good, high-quality tight ends right now, and maybe that's part of the reason Barner doesn't appear in this list. I think the Seahawks' strength in the tight end position group is in the whole room. I think they've got a really good tight end room. Do I think Barner is in the top 10? Probably not. Should he have been in the top 22? Probably. Do I think it matters ultimately? No. And again, I think the strength is they've got him as a do-everything kind of guy. They've got Arroyo, who's going to be a little bit more of a pass-receiving kind of guy. They've got, between Collerup and who's the guy I love who used to be in Arizona, the other tight end who I love that guy, blanking on his name. Who's the third tight end who used to be in Arizona? He's a blocking tight end. Big dude.
Yeah, I'm blanking. I can picture him.
That's all right. We'll come back to it. But you guys know who I mean. Like, they've got I think the strength of that group is in the entire room. Eric Saubert. Thank you. That's a good room. And yes. I ultimately don't know if it matters whether or not Barner is on this list this year. If he's not on the list next year, then that would be a little bit more of a concern.
I mean, this list, if you look at it, this is like the top fantasy tight ends.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
And I mean, I get that this is execs and coaches ranking them, so it's not that they're not still important. Sure. But just Barner operates in a different way. He's important to them for different reasons than that. Maybe with a former tight ends coach as the offensive coordinator now, he'll get a little more involved in pass catching. A little more often.
Fantasy more showing up right there. That's why she does the fantasy forecast.
I think he's important to them for other reasons than what some of these guys do.
All right, question number 2. That's you, Maura.
That's me.
That's
sorry.
you, Maura. Come on now.
Did Mike McDonald get help from a secret source before the Super Bowl?
Well, it sure sounds like he did. He's making it seem as if he got help from a secret source. He was on with Dan Patrick as he continues pretty good media tour this offseason. And here's what he said about the Super Bowl.
Who did you seek advice from going into the Super Bowl that might surprise me?
Well, I wasn't surprised. I called John Harbaugh and I talked. He was great. Probably can't mention one guy that really helped us out that had some conflict of interest.
Can we guess?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tell you, but go ahead.
Bill Belichick.
I'm not that cool.
Oh yeah,
no.
He wouldn't. No. You wouldn't have a phone call.
I've had a beer with Coach Belichick, and that was a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool day. But.
Who else would we guess? Kyle Shanahan.
No, Kyle. No.
All right, well, it's not Belichick. That's what everybody thought first. We're all with Dan Patrick. First mind went to Belichick. No. Okay, John Harbaugh was my next guess, and I guess he mentioned that also later in the interview, so it's not Harbaugh. I only could really come up with 2 other names that would be interesting, and it's possible it's some nobody that we've never heard of or don't really care too much about. But the 2 answers I came up with were Tom Brady. Tom doesn't, I mean, look, we talked to Tom ahead of time. Tom does not seem to have the same loyalty, and that's not the right word. That's the right word. Passion for New England, as he once did.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's an owner with another team. I think the way that breakup went was still a little raw. Maybe the wound has not fully healed there. Even if it's not like he's angry on a day-to-day basis, I don't know whether he's trying to help the Patriots out or anything like that these days.
Have enough insight to
I don't know.
help McDonald?
I mean, he's Tom Brady. He might just have some insight in general.
True, his opinions would be valuable.
He certainly would have insight on Josh McDaniel, how to deal with him. I mean, those 2 guys know each other awfully well. So Tom Brady was probably the next answer I would have come up with. After that, Diana Rossini.
Salk.
Diana Rossini. Who would have more insight into what Mike Vrabel was planning than Diana Rossini?
But that's her lover. Why would she? They seem to be on good terms at that point.
But there's some indiscriminacy there. I don't know. Maybe he had just saying, if I were looking for info on the Patriots, I might have checked in with the person who seemed to get all the inside scoop from the head coach.
Oh, no.
Maybe it was Diana Rossini, which is why he can't say anything. All right, probably not. It doesn't seem like Mike, but I'm just bringing it up. It's a possibility. Question number 3.
Well, this is a simple one. What is wrong with PFF?
Pro Football Focus? Let me tell you.
Or POOF.
POOF. Well, it's right now. Did you see this list that they put out this morning? I'm aghast. This should have been on Trash Tags. I'm stealing it from you guys for next week. Ranking the 10 best teams over the last 20 years to not win a Super Bowl. Ranking the 10 best teams over the last 20 years to not win a Super Bowl. Number 1, totally obvious, the 2007 New England Patriots that, had won 18 straight games. They were undefeated until the Super Bowl and found a way to lose. That one is easy. After that, 2015 Panthers, the way my leg was, Cam Newton. The 2023 San Francisco 49ers.
Is that the Ravens?
I think that might be the Chiefs.
Yeah, that was the Chiefs one. Okay.
2000.
Oh, that was your game where you called Sherm out.
Oh, yeah. Well, Sherm. 2016 Atlanta Falcons. Okay. That's Tom Brady, 28-3, right?
Yes. Yeah.
2022 Eagles, who were there with the Chiefs. 2013 Broncos. You know who they lost to?
Yes.
That would be the Seahawks. They got rolled, absolutely destroyed.
But that was hyped as the number one offense versus
Great
the number one
offense.
defense. Yeah.
The 2025 Rams, last year's Rams team.
What?
Oh, yeah. They're number 7. The 2011 New England Patriots. The 2024 Lions, 2 years ago. That was a pretty good team, right? You remember that team.
Yeah.
And the 2019 San Francisco 49ers.
So the Seahawks aren't on there.
Am I missing something?
Wow.
As far as I'm concerned, not putting the 2014 Seahawks on this list is invalidating to PFF. If you think last year's Rams team was better than the 2014 Seahawks, get a life. If you think the 2024 Detroit Lions were better than the Seahawks, who lost in the final moments to the Patriots in 2014, you don't know ball. You're blind. You're blind as a bat. Get out of the business. Stop ranking things. Stop putting out lists. Stop putting out everything. Just go into a hole somewhere and pretend that you never existed. Because that, to me, is completely disqualifying.
I mean, any team that pretty much had the game won until
with that
something
defense?
Crazy happened in the last second should be on the list.
That's just
as opposed
absurd.
to a team that didn't even make it to the Super Bowl.
Multiple teams that didn't wait. There are like 3 teams on there that didn't make the Super Bowl. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Much better, by the way, than when Brock does it. That was killed. I just killed that. I just killed it.
Brock's doing one of your favorite activities.
Fishing?
He's on a boat.
I'll tell you what, Maura, which is worse, Mike Salk doing Blue 88 or Brock Hewer doing Blue 88? Maybe that'll be one of our questions
there
next.
There was a lot less
on Brock and Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
He's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know there is hope. After only 3 weeks of treatment, 86% of patients report a reduction in symptoms. For Melissa, treatment gave her confidence.
Before I found Northwest Ketamine Clinics, I was hopeless. I have done individual therapy on and off since I was 16. When I called Northwest Ketamine Clinics, it was immediately like, this is what we do, this is why it's safe. 2 months after I started ketamine, I just got a wild hair and was like, I'm going to do jujitsu. My other friends are just really glad that I found something that works.
Everyone's path to healing is different. Schedule a free consultation today to find out if ketamine therapy is right for you. They have immediate availability, so you can get started this week. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify a key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on July 11th and 12th. 480 tables. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars, and free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Car Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, July 11th and 12th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcarshow.com. That's frontrowcarshow.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available, and then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up, and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh, yeah. Used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Need a lift? In your business, equipment downtime is not an option. With parts in stock and factory-trained mobile technicians, Levitt Machinery is here to get your business back up and running. From forklifts to telehandlers, aerial lifts to track loaders. Trust Levitt Machinery to lift you back up and get your equipment back to work. Because at Levitt Machinery, if it's forked, we fix it. LevittMachinery.com. Give us a call today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
206, Rossini. Salk, that might be the funniest thing you've ever said. What? I mean, I hope not. I hope I've said something funnier than that. Gerard Mayo? That's an interesting one.
He would have a reason to
yeah, that's a good
not
answer.
be the happiest with the Patriots.
That's a good answer. I like that one.
Didn't get much of a chance there.
We'll get back to baseball with Shannon coming up here at 8:30. Maura put together a little Which Is Worse. You know, we've played Which Is Better for a long time. Maybe, just the frustration of the Mariners and everything else. All of a sudden, we're on Which Is Worse. So, Maura, take us through it. What
okay. Yeah, well, it was kind of the first one that came to me was based on your disdain for soccer. So that's why I decided to go Which Is Worse.
All right, Which Is Worse?
First up, soccer or cricket?
So it's a good question. I truly don't understand cricket. I tried.
I don't.
I went to a cricket match with my dad. We were watching and we were talking to some guy there and trying to understand the game, and he's explaining it to us, and it kept getting worse as he was explaining it. And I mean, like, I'm sure that would be the case if I were trying to explain baseball to somebody. If you hadn't grown up watching it, I'm sure it's impossible to learn. But cricket made exactly zero sense to me. Soccer's awful, and it's terrible to watch, and it's a scourge. But I truly don't understand cricket, so I can't answer the question. I'm going to give you a will not answer.
That makes cricket worse. Like, a match can go on for days.
But maybe that's cool.
I think that's cool. Chasing a score makes no sense. Like, one team scores all their points, and then the other team goes, and they either get those points and win, or they don't get those points and lose.
Is that what happens in cricket?
Yeah, it's just 2 turns. It's not like back and forth innings.
I don't get it. It's very confusing. Maybe that helps. I don't know, but because I don't understand it, I can't give you an answer. I don't know whether cricket's better or not.
Okay, but like I'd be more likely to watch soccer than cricket.
No, I think I'd probably try to figure out cricket.
I thought maybe I was going to get you to pick soccer.
Probably not. I doubt it.
I should have known better. Okay, which is worse, the Rockies or the Angels?
Oh, the Angels.
Oh, okay.
The Angels are worse. The Rockies have been really bad for a long time, and they're bad ownership. Like, they've got their problems, and they have, sort of the opposite issue of the Mariners where, you've got the marine layer and the depressed ballpark in terms of run production here. They've got the opposite, right, where there's so much run production in Coors Field that it's hard to build a team, especially pitching-wise, that's going to be able to play there. But their biggest issue is that for the last decade, they've just been so far behind the times with analytics, and they've finally started to fix that. In the last basically year or two, they've brought in real management, real general man. Like, they've done the right things to try to get themselves fixed. And my understanding is that this year's Rockies team is actually kind of fun. They're not good, but they're kind of fun. They play hard. They do a lot of the right things. They're kind of a fun little team. There's nothing fun about the Angels. They're a horror show. And it's not just at the top. It's at every single level of their organization. They have no good players. They have no good prospects. They haven't developed a prospect in forever. They're awful. And they've wasted the career of one of the greatest players we've ever seen. They're an absolute affront to baseball.
Yeah, I just looked up the team hitting stats, and the Rockies are actually 4th. The Angels are 19th, but pitching, the Rockies are 29th.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really hard to pitch there.
Angels are 6th, yeah.
Which is worse, soccer or the Angels? Good question, 509. Now you've got a tough one.
We're watching what Imai for the Astros pitch. Those seem to be 3 of your least favorite.
I got nothing on that guy.
Okay, which is worse, Applebee's or Red Lobster?
Now, this is another hard one for me to answer. I've never been to Red Lobster.
You haven't?
No, I've never been to a Red Lobster.
I think I went to my pre-prom dinner there in high school.
That sounds like
As a seafood lover, I think Red Lobster is pretty awful if that's what you want. But I'll give them some points for those like garlic butter biscuits that they give you.
Then Red Lobster wins. Applebee's is rancid.
It is.
There's nothing. I can't say anything positive. I remember being a cat. We used to have. Remember they have those riblets? Those things are disgusting.
They don't even seem like real.
They're not. And then they've got like little almost like disc chunks of bone in them. They're awful. They're so bad. They're so bad. Applebee's is worse.
Yeah.
Spaghetti. That old spaghetti factory thing is worse than either. That's the worst meal I've ever eaten.
I've never been there.
Brock made me go with him, and it was the worst meal I've ever had.
There were a lot of defenders of old spaghetti factory when you called them out.
So
on the text line.
Rancid.
People calling you elitist.
I would rather drink expired milk than go back to that place.
Wow. I just don't understand how you can mess up like pasta.
They found a way.
Okay.
Awful.
What about Olive Garden?
I've never been to an Olive Garden.
Really?
I've never been to an Olive Garden. I've never been to a Red Lobster.
I actually don't mind an Olive Garden. I think it's all probably prepackaged, but it's not. It's fine.
I would go to either. I just haven't. Okay. And I would probably choose Olive Garden over Red.
An Olive Garden, you get the like endless breadsticks and the salad.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
The salad's good.
Yeah.
All right. Which is worse, the New York Jets quarterback situation or the Browns quarterback situation? I'll give you a refresher here.
Yeah, please do.
Jets, Geno Smith, Cade Klubnik, and Brady Cook.
Oof.
Browns, Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel.
I don't know who Cade Klubnik or Brady Cook are.
Exactly.
So that's a challenge there for the Jets. And Geno's having himself one heck of an offseason. He keeps getting arrested.
Yeah.
Or at least pulled over and cited for
speeding.
speeding.
Ticket, and he's being investigated for a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's not been, I guess he hasn't been arrested, but it's not been good. I'm going to say that the Jets are worse. That's terrible. But their hope is to get the number 1 pick next year or something like that. There's no other reason to bring Geno in. As for the Browns, it's bad. But Deshaun Watson has been a great quarterback. There's still the possibility he could do that again. I don't believe it.
I think he's the most promising still of the group that it could work out.
I want to see Shedeur. I'm not saying I want him to succeed or that he's going to, but I still want to see Shedeur. I want to see some Shedeur.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
If I had to watch any of those 6 quarterbacks, Shedeur would be number 1.
Yes. I wish Deshaun Watson wasn't even in the league anymore.
Agreed.
But we'll move on from that. Which is worse, Sean McVay endlessly harping on the 2-point play with the Seahawks, or Sean McVay going so far out of his way to avoid giving any kind of meaningful thoughts on Ty Simpson, his quarterback that they drafted?
Yeah, I got to say, this is an easy one, Maura. It clearly is worse that he keeps harping on the 2-point play. The other thing is hilarious. I love it. This is the easiest question on the list.
But is it a good move as a coach?
No, but I think it's hilarious.
Okay.
For me, Sean McVay harping on the 2-point play is much worse.
Okay.
Because that's just dumb.
I have another food one for you because I know you love those.
Well, if it's you, it's got to be something potato related.
True. Which is worse, soggy fries or a stale bun in a burger and fry situation?
Ooh, soggy fries.
Ooh, I think I've gotten sliders before with stale buns, and it's awful.
It's not good. I'm not here to.
Soggy fries aren't great, but I think I'd probably still eat them. Stale bun kind of ruins the whole. You can eat the burger itself, I guess.
I could deal with stale. If the bun was moldy. Anything with mold is the loser, obviously. But
that's penicillin.
But just a little stale? I can deal with a stale bun. Soggy fries are gross.
Yeah, you want kind of crispy for sure, but.
Somebody here says, which is worse, Mike Salk talking or Mike Salk continuing to talk? See, that's not nice. There's just no nice. There's no need for that. I'm here by myself. Look, if you don't like me talking, today's not the day to listen. It's just me.
Yeah. And 317 kind of sums up our Applebee's or Red Lobster one with Red Lobster is the Crapplebee's of seafood.
Somebody called me a snob for not liking Applebee's, saying it's decent, cheap food. I disagree. I think there's plenty of decent, cheap food out there. I'm not snobby.
You like TGI Fridays.
I'll go to TGI Fridays. I'll hit up a Chili's. I love a good Chili's. I'm not against that type of food. I just think Applebee's is bad. And so is Old Spaghetti Factory. They're just bad. I like that style of restaurant. Kind of chain pub food. I'm good with that. It's just that those ones are bad. TGI Fridays is good. You get that Jack Daniel's sauce. Oh, that's good. All right, there you go.
Loaded mashed potatoes.
Yes. They also have, if I remember, don't they do the like fried green beans or something? Those are really good. Heather and I used to go to TGI Fridays. Used to have the year that I made $17,000. Heather and I went to TGI. It was one of the 3 restaurants we went to that year, and it was 3 for $10. You got 3 different dishes for $10.
Nice.
Oh, it was tremendous. Go there all the time. No, I like cheap food. I love me a good Chipotle. Chipotle to me is the king of that. If you're looking for a cheap dinner, Chipotle is awesome. High quality food, tastes really good, super cheap, fast.
Massive portion, yeah.
I'm all in on that. No, I'm not being a snob. I just think Applebee's is gross. We'll come back with everything you need to know. Then Shannon Drayer in 20 on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory, your daily football fix at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
What are your thoughts on VAR? Could it be used in the NFL?
It's almost too precise. We should be able to use something like that to spot the football, to get the exact spot. I think that's the biggest thing in football that needs some help and needs to be changed, is knowing where the ball is. Because, we're doing the eyeball test with these referees.
Get every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event going on right now through Sunday, August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about soccer. Serious passion, inhuman stamina, and yet exaggerated injuries. Soccer is one of the few sports where overtime is a little subjective. One thing we know is that many fans enjoy game day with craft brews. Be sure to keep a clean sheet. It's not worth trading in those bicycle kicks for riding your bicycle to work. When being pulled over for DUI, there are rarely yellow cards, only red. So play it safe and don't go off sides. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com to schedule your free private consultation. If you're stopped for DUI midfield from home and there are no free kicks, make it your goal to call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026. From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options, the Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, sorry about that. You want me to talk? You want me to give you the things you need to know? My bad. Mariners, you already know. They got swept out of Miami, and it was really ugly. It was a non-competitive loss in the finale. Bryce Miller was not the same guy he's been this year at all, and he wasn't too... I wouldn't say he was making excuses, but he definitely went through and explained how the six-man rotation can affect you.
I feel good. It's always weird. I was telling Trent earlier, like, it's weird because, the more rest you get between starts, it's almost like body feels better, but stuff isn't as good. At least that's how it feels like it's been for me. And, even on like 5 days rest compared to 7, like going into the game, I might not feel as good, but sometimes the stuff is sharper. So it's kind of give or take. And today, I felt good going into the game, but the stuff just wasn't very sharp. So
clearly it was not, and the hitting once again wasn't good, and they made some defensive miscues, 2 errors again yesterday. Like, you put it together, and it's just too much sloppy play, and that can't continue. Can't continue. You certainly can't have the sloppy play combined with your best players not hitting like they're your best players. That combination is not going to lead you to a good place. And now you run into another really hot team in Tampa. Luis Castillo and Nick Martinez in the opener tonight. Martinez has been excellent this year. Tomorrow, Logan Gilbert against Griffin Jacks, converted reliever with excellent stuff. And then Emerson Hancock and Ian Seymour in the finale. So, a little good luck here. You miss both Drew Rasmussen and Shane McClanahan, who've both been nasty for the Rays.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The roster for the Mariners will have to go through some level of change. Doesn't look like Julio is going to be back, at least not tonight, and probably not until after the All-Star break. We'll ask Shannon Drayer for more on that when we talk to her in about 10 minutes. Again, concussion IL, minor symptoms still, which is, sounds like it's not that bad. But again, with a concussion, you got to have no symptoms, not minor symptoms. And so just kind of waiting for that to clear. And there's no timeline necessarily for how long that will take. Major League Baseball draft this weekend. M's picked 24th in the first round. I was looking at Kylie McDaniel's mock draft this morning. He has them taking a right-handed pitcher out of Liberty, Ben Blair. But he mentions a whole bunch of other college pitchers who could be available there at number 24. And just says he liked Blair because he's got a low release point similar to Brian Wu and Bryce Miller. Maybe he's a discount signing, which allows them to spend a little more on one of the later round picks. So we'll see what direction they go. That will be the focus for the Mariners brass, and all of them around the league. Now, nobody's talking trades today. They're all worried about the draft. So while you're thinking about the Major League club, they are right now very focused on the draft and building out their future, just as all 30 teams are across the league.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, the Seahawks sale continuing to progress. Ben Horney of Front Office Sports with the report yesterday. And by the way, he's going to join Bump and Stacy with Curtis on there today at 1 o'clock. So you can hear a lot more about this story. That there are 2 front runners that have emerged. One is the Celtics group, essentially. Their current owner, Aditya Mittal, along with their former owner, Wick Grousbeck. And the other group is 49ers minority investor Vinod Khosla. I'm rooting for Wick. I don't know as much about Khosla, to be fair. But everything I know about Wick Grousbeck is positive. We talked to Michael Hawley, who I used to host a show with in Boston, and Michael wrote a book about the Celtics and knows Wick pretty well. And he said everything you would want to hear about a prospective new owner.
The Wick is a gregarious guy. If he is involved with this Seattle team, if he does get it, if they do get it, he'll be friendly. He's a media-friendly owner. He'll be on your show. You'll want to have a weekly spot with Wick Grousbeck. I mean, he's just that kind of guy. He's very engaging, involved at the games, and this is the best part. This is what I want from all owners of sports teams. Do everything you can, throw all of your resources at the team, but don't meddle. Okay, be involved, don't meddle, give us the best facilities, hire the best coaches, stay out of the way. And so if you really look at it, he's not a guy who tries to mess around. He's a big fan, but he doesn't upset stability. He doesn't get in the way.
Sounds pretty good. I mean, that's pretty much what you're looking for in an owner. No Seattle ties really for any of these folks. So could they involve a Seahawk? Sounds like at least one former Seahawks player is with one of these groups as a minority investor. I'm sure Curtis will ask Ben Horney at 1 o'clock who he thinks that'll be. Do you think it's Russell Wilson? He is the most likely. I just don't know how that helps your bid. Can you imagine that's the way it goes and Russell Wilson is John Schneider's boss? That's what Curtis was just saying in the other room. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
And like I said, from everything we understand, we don't know the exact details. It seems to be that he kind of gave Jody Allen like a it's them or me.
Yeah.
With John Schneider and Pete Carroll back before the Denver trade. So like, would she want to work with it?
No, but what if the other bid is $500 million more than the was she going to say no? Fascinating.
I mean, who knows who it is, but that would be a very intriguing situation.
I take a good Boston market any day over Applebee's, says the 206. Totally agree. I'd want to go to Denny's for dinner over Applebee's, says 360. Again, totally agree. 253 saying, don't you dare lump Old Spaghetti Factory in with bad, cheap food. You're right. It's an insult to the bad, cheap food.
Oh, goodness.
Absolutely agree. Thank you for the message. That is unfair to the other bad, cheap food
I have to go as like a show
places.
Experiment at some point so I can weigh in on this.
It
I've
was
never been.
so revolting.
Does it exist anymore? I haven't seen one
it does
since
up in
the
Canada.
one down the water.
Yeah, that's the one I went to, the one on the waterfront. Revolting. Honestly, I don't think I've ever felt worse while and after eating a meal.
Looks like there's one in Tacoma and one in Linwood. I'm going to have to go check it out.
How do you feel about
back.
Cheesecake Factory?
I mean, the food is fine, but it's gross how fat, just it's nasty.
The 20-page menu.
Yeah, the whole thing is wrong. It's just wrong. But the
Too many
food's
options,
good.
they're all bad.
But the food, to be fair, is good. Honestly, I can tell you the last time I was at a Cheesecake Factory, it was 15 years ago today.
That's weird.
It was 15 years ago today.
How do you know?
What?
I was at it was before my friend Keith's wedding, and he got married 15 years ago today.
Okay.
We were in Chicago, north of Chicago. It was 900 degrees with 120% humidity. And before the wedding, we went to Cheesecake Factory. So I can tell you, it was 15 years ago today, July 10th.
I'm glad I
2011.
asked.
Yeah, there you go. Now I've got an answer for you. Shannon Drayer's got even more answers about more important things next on Brock and Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
He's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
All right, summer is definitely in full swing at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and you start looking at some of these upcoming shows. Some good stuff. Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO. That is coming up soon on August 1st. If you want to relive the 80s, how about the pop sensation Taylor Dane? That's going to be fun on September 6th. You know I'm psyched for Queensryche in October. You can see the full lineup and buy tickets at snocasino.com. Experience all the luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games as well. Elevate your next getaway by going to Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Explore the American Supercar and British Motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruise-in, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Make this the summer you start to relax and feel better right in your own home. During our All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event, enjoy liberating savings on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna, with up to 3 years to pay for it interest-free. A soak or swim under the stars, a sauna after a long day. Celebrate feeling better today. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Mariners and Rays today in St. Pete. 4:10 first pitch, pregame at 3. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Cascade Machinery and Electric, family owned in the Pacific Northwest's industrial machinery expert for over 100 years, is hiring outside sales representatives in Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. If you're an experienced seller of industrial equipment, highly motivated, and can manage your own territory, this role is for you. The salary is competitive, commission uncapped, and benefits are great. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Not loving what we watched over the last 3 days in Miami. At least we got to watch it from far away. Poor Shannon Drayer was watching it in person. Maybe that makes it even worse. I don't love that stadium in Miami. I mean, Tampa's obviously worse, but one thing I will say about it is it looks like the Marlins have built a team that plays to that stadium, took advantage of the quick infield and all that. Shannon Drayer joining us now from Florida. Shannon, good morning. I hate to bring you on after a sweep like that. I wasn't planning it to be that way, but what the heck did we just watch?
I think you saw that one team on one side appears to be very much for real right now. You've watched what the Marlins have done. You've seen them on paper. You've kind of scratched your head. This group, how? A bunch of different pieces that were pulled together, and it is something that is working down there. And you've seen another team that has had its struggles in the month of June as the offense continues to try and find itself. And unfortunately, they have set their sights high coming into this trip. They obviously want to finish strong in the first half. You've heard that from players. You've heard that from Dan Wilson, but it just didn't happen in that series.
What disturbs you the most about how they've played?
How they've played.
Fair. That sounds like the answer to that question is yes. Yes, it's all disturbing.
No. I mean, that's it, because I do look at it, and if you're looking for optimism anywhere, I can throw all sorts of optimism your way in terms of pitching and what they've done, and that includes the bullpen, too, with all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
But the execution on the offensive side and on the defensive side at times, too many times, is the concern. I am fine if they have struggles, if they are playing clean baseball. Those are things that you can get over and overcome in a 162-game season. But when you continually see things that make you, ask questions, when you continually see things that, you just feel you shouldn't see this time of the year, that to me is a concern. Now, I do believe in the players that they have, in the team that they have put together on paper. I do believe that there are things that they can overcome. They're just not getting over that stumbling block in the way they are playing. And it might be a play that's not made in the field. It might be a play that you just kind of stare blankly afterwards and say, how did that happen? It might be an approach or a series of at-bats. It might be something that happens on the base paths. We have seen clean games from them, and this is a fun team when they're playing clean, crisp baseball. But at some point, they need to do that on a more regular basis. And I think you're actually past that point where, it's time to see that. But again, everything is still on the table in front of them, and I think they're very aware of that. And I sometimes wonder if that is something that perhaps is holding them back unconsciously a little bit, knowing that it's still there, be it that is extra pressure on everything that they're doing. I was like, man, we should be doing this right now. What is happening? And you add that to, because at times this is feeling a little bit like it did at the beginning of the season when absolutely nobody was hitting. Now throw in the fact that, the clock is ticking. We're still in this. We need to be doing more. At some point, it could become, a problem where we are really playing from behind, and that very well could be in 3 days, But it just, to me, I just want to see clean, crisp baseball on a regular basis. That should be the starting point for this team. I still like what they have on paper.
So you and I see that very similarly. I've been very frustrated by the mistakes, especially on the road, where they've seemed to have cropped up a whole lot more. And they were really on display, of course, in this series, between the base running gaffe with Weston Wilson and then the non-challenges, especially the one from Cole Young. And then last night you get a couple of errors, including kind of a funky play at second base. I guess two parts to the question. Why do you think we're seeing so much of that? And what is being done to correct it?
That's a good question. And I think that if we knew that, we would be seeing a lot less of it. And you just gave three different situations there that were all very different. If you look at the Weston Wilson, and I don't have the answer to this, but, he is a veteran player.
Mm-hmm.
And my question in that situation would be, and I assume it happened, and not that it should even have to happen, but maybe now when you see that, maybe it should happen every single time. Somebody should tap him on the back and just remind him of the read when he goes out there. I am assuming that happened. You look at Colt Emerson, he's a young player that's playing every day. And you have committed to playing him, and that you are going to see, you're going to see some errors here. And I think that in that play, he was just trying to be quick and get everything. That was an error pretty much of effort. He just missed the bag on that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you're playing him every day. And to me, you're starting to really feel like when Brendan Donovan comes back, that's really going to help a lot, particularly with your young players. who, as good as Cole Young has been, probably would benefit from a day here or there. I mean, he is, especially, if you want him towards the end of the year, the opportunity to sit Colt Emerson against maybe some tougher pitchers, some tougher left-handers, things like that, might not be a bad idea. Or if you just see that he's spinning a little bit. And I don't think that we've really seen that. He seems okay right now, even though he's striking out at a rate that he's never struck out against. And then the third one, which I can't even remember right now what it was.
No, it was the Cole Young
What
one.
was the third one? Oh, the Cole Young. No, he saw that as a strike. He saw that as a strike, and his reaction was, I can't believe I missed that pitch, that I didn't swing at that pitch. And that you have to think, in the heat of the moment, and you have to think of the guy that was on the hill in Fairbanks. And it, to him, that probably, I totally believe that looked like a strike to him. But I'll say that, and this is something that I do think there are more opportunities with ABS with them. They're right around the middle of the pack. And when they use them on the hitter's side, I don't feel they're terribly aggressive with that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel they should be aggressive with that. I think there are opportunities there. And certainly in the ninth inning, when you have two challenges, they should be used.
Well, and Manny Acta spoke to that yesterday. We didn't get a lot from Dan after the game on that particular play, but Manny was on with MLB Network. This was what Manny said.
At times, some of the young kids are kind of tentative, and we've been pushing them because we've been really good, but we could be better with our aggressiveness. And, yes, and Cole had done a good job in the past because he knows the strike zone. And it was a bummer, but you have to move on. You just got to continue to be aggressive because the system is there. You have to use it. I keep telling them, whoever hears me, that, hey, we don't gain anything by finishing the game with two challenges on the board. We need to use them. And unfortunately, we didn't there.
That was good to hear. It was good to hear just at least a level of accountability that I'm not sure fans feel like maybe it's happening behind the scenes, but I don't think fans feel like they're hearing it.
No, and I mean, with Dan Wilson, he is somebody that is just, he's going to protect the players, and it doesn't mean that those conversations aren't had. In fact, I saw a couple of conversations with Weston Wilson. I saw a conversation with Cole Young the next day. I mean, these things absolutely happen behind the scenes. And if you're in the clubhouse before a game, you'll see Dan or you'll see a coach walking around the clubhouse and see those conversations actually, take place in front of you. So, but it's even better though to hear that from Manny, because he just said everything I said that I hope that they're doing, that I would like to see. He said it almost verbatim. And it's hard when you're not able to see exactly what the intent is. And if you ask the question, and they keep it very simple, leverage situations. Well, there are tons of leverage situations throughout a game, but it's important that they feel comfortable with it. It's important that they know the situation at the end of the game. And I do like the way that Manny laid all of that out.
Where's Julio at? Do we think he has a chance to get back before the break, or are we looking at after the break?
I don't think so. We don't know for sure. As of Thursday, he's been working out at the park, I think, every day this week, but working out lightly and increasing workload and what he does activity level lightly, and according to what he is dealing with concussion-wise. And on Thursday, there were still some mild symptoms as he worked out, and he cannot fly until he is symptom-free. So we had a good idea that he wouldn't be flying yesterday, or that was as of Wednesday. I'm sorry. Unless he flew overnight, I haven't seen him or anything like that. We were not expecting him to fly tonight, last night. So I don't think we're going to see him. And we did hear that the words, it's becoming less likely that we will this weekend. So I think it'll probably be after the break.
Where you at with Colt Emerson? You mentioned Colt earlier and that they're giving him every opportunity to play. I just, the numbers are tough, right? He's hitting just over 200. It's an OPS under 700. I think it's like 688 right now. The quality of the at-bat, while it's never been terrible, it does not, to me anyway, appear to be as good as it was when he first came up. Where is Colt at, and is there a conversation about that as Brendan Donovan eventually gets healthy?
Well, you have to give him some runway, and that includes struggle. You are taking that on when you bring up a player of that experience and of that age. And, you see it with everybody. you see, I think we do, it's not, you don't see players, all of the back and forth and the up and down that you used to. The players that make it to the big leagues are a lot more advanced than they were in the past. They're getting a lot more in high school. They're getting a lot more in college. And they're getting a lot more now that they have learned to use different tools and whatnot in minor leagues. But that doesn't mean it's going to be smooth sailing or that anybody's just going to take off. But you have to give them the opportunity. And he did. He had great at-bats when he first came up. I was very impressed. And he has not been somebody who's known to strike out a tremendous amount in his very young career. And that's another thing that you have to take into consideration. He just hasn't played for very long, so you don't know those things. So I think it does benefit him to see these pitches, to find out where he is. And I think the question is going to be, I think there are two questions. You balance how important is his defense to this team, and can you balance if he is going through those struggles, and you are going to give him a reasonable amount of time to get through those? What happens if he doesn't, but you still need that defense? And also, again, I mean, could it help if you are able to bring him along a little more gently? Will you have that luxury? Are there moves that you can make that will allow you to do that when Donovan comes back? Because I would probably want to see that before I said, yeah, this just isn't working. But I don't think we're at that point at all right now. He's been playing a lot. I think he does need more runway. I think that what I am seeing behind the scenes and how he is taking things in, I think he is handling it. Does he like struggling? No, nobody does. I don't think this is something that's setting him back at this point. But if you see that at any point, that's when you have to make a move.
Trade deadline is about 3.5 weeks away now. Right-handed bat, specifically maybe a right-handed outfielder, has been number one on the list of things we're reading about. Obviously, another leverage arm would be the other. Any of the names that are out there that you find most intriguing for either of those two spots?
Yeah, I haven't gotten too into that beyond right-handed bat and a leverage reliever. And a lot of the times last year was kind of the surprise in that they were able to go out and they were able to get the names that they were hoping for. Usually it's something that's a little bit more, I didn't think of that guy, or there are some numbers that are underneath that they think that they're going to be able to play up a little bit. I think that reliever spot is probably more critical than anything. And I think, a decision needs to be made. I think a lot of what we're seeing right now and some of the struggles is not a lot, but a significant portion of it is because you are short in that bullpen right now and that you are having to play games with basically an A bullpen and a B bullpen. And if a starter doesn't get past 5, you're rolling the dice. And I think that if you are not, I think even if you are, we don't know when Matt Brash is coming back. We don't know when Carlos Vargas, who has very much been missed, is coming back. I think you need a significant leverage type arm to fit into that bucket with Bizzardo, with Ferrer, with Spire, and with Munoz that will help you, give you a chance more in those games that, maybe you're not, maybe you're a run or two down in 5 innings. Maybe a starter has had a little bit of a tough go, but that'll give you the chance to get back in later in those games. So
let me give you a name on that one. Huge. How about like Luis Castillo? I don't understand what we're doing. The need is a bullpen arm, and the guys don't like the 6-man rotation. What is the problem here?
I don't know if it's calendar. I don't know if it is, are you looking to trade Luis Castillo and you're afraid you're going to hurt that value? I don't know.
If that's it, I get it. If like that is a reason that I get. And maybe that's going to happen. And Jim Bowden mentioned it last week, and Jeff Passan mentioned it as a possibility, and maybe Morosi as well. So maybe that's it. If you're just looking to trade him here and you don't think that he has enough value if he okay, I understand that. Are you going to trade him for something more valuable than a leverage? Maybe. Does he bring you back, say, a Suzuki or something like that? Okay, I guess if that's in the cards, fine. But at the moment, I'm finding it hard to figure out how long you can go with this when you need help in the bullpen and you got too many starters.
Well, it's going to help you twofold because it's going to put 2 arms in the bullpen if you do that. possibly, potentially.
Right.
So,
right.
And that, that is, I think, important for where they're at. I just think that you haven't gotten that lead that you've looked for in the first half. You're going to have to find ways to win some games that perhaps aren't as winnable in the second half. And your starters, that, as I said earlier, this is your bright spot right now. They are showing right now, and think about where you were a year ago. And a year ago, you're almost the same win-loss. But this is the point where they started to take off. But you didn't have your starting pitching. Well, your starting pitching, you have it now, and I've seen enough of all of them. And honestly, it would, I'd be fine with Luis Castillo with 1 of 5 as well. He has done some very good things as well.
Agreed.
But that rotation right now is showing that we can carry this. We just need some runs and perhaps a little bit of help from the middle part of that bullpen. So, to me, you shore that up, get that finished, and then do what you can on the other side. And I think that, most of it's going to be internal. I think you can bring in whatever right-handed bat you want, but it's not going to matter if you don't start seeing your big guys, for a length of time play more like your big guys and like they have played. And, you play, again, going back to the very first thing we talked about, day in, day out, clean baseball.
Well, that's where I'm at, Shannon. It's funny, you and I see this pretty similarly. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. In this case, I think we're very aligned. I said earlier, the clean baseball to me is number 2 on the list of reasons why the Mariners aren't playing up to snuff. And that's only because of the enormous amount of weight I put into the struggles of their stars, and specifically Cal and Naylor. And it's not to rip them or to say that they're not.
I've got to throw Julio in there in the last month, too.
If you want to put Julio in, I can understand it. I don't put him in as much, but I get I'm not going to argue with you. What can we reasonably expect from those 2 or 3 guys in the second half? And yeah, I don't see how they're a great team without those guys being at least very good, if not great.
Yeah. I don't know with Naylor as much. I do know that he's been streaky in recent years, so you hope that comes along. I think, Cal, I think you've got a possibility. I still don't think he's 100% there. I think he's comfortable at the plate. I don't think he is seeing the ball as well. I think a lot of his problems right now have been swing decisions, choosing when to swing and when not. He's missed some pitches that, you shake your head. That's a baseball that should have been crushed. And then he is also still very susceptible to that high-level fastball. It just shows he wants to break out, and he wants to break out in a big way there. And all that said, I do think he looks better right now, more comfortable at the plate, particularly with the walks, and the contact is a little better than he did before he went on the IL. So I think with him, you are probably looking at something, more akin to what we have seen before Superman Cal. And hopefully with a little less strikeout. And that's fine. That is something that can carry them. He still has that potential. They all still, none of them are going to win MVP this year. They all could be World Series MVPs. The potential is there for them. Julio, I think the track record is there. As rough as June has been for him, he's had 2 home runs. He has, basically been singles guy. He's not had the extra base hits. You need him to have that. I feel fairly confident we're going to see him after the All-Star break. That is what he has done. And his biggest adjustment is he's hitting the ball hard on the ground quite a bit. So he needs to find, what it's going to take for him to get the ball in the air a little bit more. And I think Naylor, I think he's been out of his approach a little bit, or out of the approach that they would like him to have of late, too. I think, will we see? You have to remember that when he came over, we saw him on a hot streak. He's not going to play the entire year like that. So you hope that comes around as well. And while you've got that, if Dom Canzone continues the way that he has continued, if Cole Young continues the way that he has continued, Randy Arozarena, probably don't talk about him enough, that's a good lineup. And when Brendan Donovan comes back, if he comes back as his history has been as an offensive player, that's also going to help. JP has had a struggle of late. That should help at the top of the lineup. And again, that should help with your younger players too, just getting them off their feet a little bit, giving them a break here and there. I think that'll do them good.
Shannon, great stuff as always. How do they get from Miami to Tampa? Is that a bus? Is that a short plane ride? How do they go Miami to Tampa?
Well, first you go and you sit on the runway for about 45 minutes.
Nice. After a
then you get up in
non-getaway
the
game.
air.
Nice.
Yeah, yes. And then you get in the air for about 35 minutes and you touch down in Tampa.
Nice, quick little trip. Shannon, have a good final series and enjoy your All-Star break. We'll talk to you next week, I'm sure.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, there you go. The great Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider, and one of the best. It's funny she brings up Julio and hitting the ball on the ground. It does dawn on me. You know what would have been great for Julio? To play these last 3 games in Miami. And I'm not blaming him. I got a text here from somebody saying, oh, Julio's soft. He's not soft. That's not how concussions work. I got hit in the head. It is what it is. He'll be back when he's ready, when he clears the protocol. But it's too bad because Miami, with that fast track in the infield, would have been great for him. Right? His speed, his ability to hit the ball and, drive it hard on the ground. A bunch of those. We saw a lot of hard hit ground balls that went for hits in this series. That would have been good for Julio. Get him going, start to put pressure on the pitcher, and then once those get going and falling in, all of a sudden the home runs come as well. It's too bad. It is what it is. I mean, it's just bad timing. I don't put Julio in that category as much. I think what he's done kind of with the overall game, and he had a really good May, and I thought he actually hit the ball better in June than the numbers showed. The home runs, I'm not going to argue with that. Shannon's right. But the Cal and Naylor thing, I keep coming back to it. I don't know how you succeed to the point you're hoping to succeed without those guys being some reasonable facsimile of what you were expecting them to be. All right, I'll tell you what. Good news, though. We're going to take your calls on this, as we do every Friday, coming up in a half hour. 9:30, we'll finish the show with open phone lines. Before we do it, I'll go back through the week, some of the more interesting things we've heard, and we'll do it next. I'm Brock Salk.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw Wyman and Bob's latest digital exclusive first.
Cole Young, he is just turning into an absolute star.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he can generate that kind of power.
He's listed at 5'10", 180.
Yeah.
And he's got big pop, just tremendous, and playing great defense. He might be your best overall player right now in terms of the way he's functioning.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and know first. Seriously, what are you waiting for?
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time, hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
Lee Johnson Auto Family. The LJ way.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
What's quiet?
quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More.
Fast internet speed. He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the game
right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
There's always something new at LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma. Explore the all-new British Motorcycle Exhibition and the thrilling American Supercar Showcase. Fuel up at the brand-new cafe, then buckle up on the most advanced racing simulators anywhere. Plus exciting events in July. First Responders Appreciation Day on the 11th. Drive-in movie night on the 24th. Tacoma Cars and Coffee with a Hot Wheels track on the 25th. And cruise in on the 30th. Bring the family and see what's new. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, it was a pretty good week here on the Brock and Salk Show. What'd you say?
Are you in there doing some stretches?
I'm just stretching. I'm trying to get my back in order. Backs are the worst. They ache in a way that you feel like you should be able to just like move something and they should just stop hurting, but it doesn't happen that way.
It never goes away.
Thanks. That's encouraging. Thanks, Ian. It's nice. It's just what I was hoping you'd say, Ian. That's our new board op, Ian, by the way. For those who haven't met Ian yet, there he is. Yeah, thank you. That was nice. Nice of you to say. Thank you. That really makes me feel good.
I've had back pain that it does go away.
I don't care about your back. My back is going to be fine once I play golf.
Like in your 20s, right?
Right. It's so much harder in your 20s. Once you get into your 40s, these things are much easier. They go away much faster. Your body recovers quicker. It's going to be just fine. Let's go through our week for you in review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clack. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review. Brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
That's right, you can. Sometimes Brock's even included in them. It depends. Let me start with Tom Rinaldi, who we talked. It was a good week, man. It really was a good week of guests and talking to interesting people. Tom joined us on Monday before the U.S. soccer match here in Seattle. My wife just finding out a few hours later that they were playing here in Seattle. Shocking to her in the moment. But here's what Tom said about Seattle and why it's so great.
I just think there's an incredible pride in the Northwest. It's interesting. It's sort of, hey, don't come and visit. We love it. We're all good here. But when we want to display to the country how we're all good, man, strap in and listen. We're more than good. We are more than someone's secret. We have it figured out. It's the best summer in the United States of America.
I got to agree with especially the last part. There are a lot of great things about Seattle, and there are a lot of positive things I could say. But number one, we really do have the best summer in America. We really do. And I like a good Northeast summer. Don't get me wrong. I grew up in the Northeast. I like a hot, humid summer. There's a lot to be said for it. I've spent summers in L.A. Great. San Diego is like the best overall weather town in America. But Seattle summer cannot be beat. Once it starts, like once it gets in a gear, takes a little while. It's usually a little late to the party. But once it starts, it's unbeatable. Unbeatable. Do you remember that the soccer was here just like a couple days ago? That feels like it's long gone from memory. I've already completely forgotten about it, thank God.
That's weird.
That Tom Rinaldi cut's the last one I'll ever probably play about this. We're probably done now. We can move on. Instead, I'll go to Jeff Passan. He had his thoughts. You know what? Let me play it on Colt Emerson because I am getting a little concerned. Shannon was not as concerned, and I understand her point. You got to give him some runway, and that's true from a development standpoint. What about from a you need the team to start winning standpoint? And it's some look, he's a good player, and he's going to be a very good player, and he's still helping the team win. But are you concerned at all? I asked Jeff.
The thing is, coming up through the organization, he wasn't the swing and miss guy. I am not yet concerned. I am a little bit alarmed, though. And the alarm is more from I just didn't expect it. So it's just like, oh, all right, well, he's been a league average hitter at this point, guys. And doing that plus the defense that he's got, I feel like at the end of the year, we're going to look back and say there's some things to improve upon, certainly, but Colt Emerson is a central part of this franchise going forward.
I totally agree on, especially the last point. I really like the kid, like his game, like what he's going to be. I wouldn't mind a couple days off built in there. Or maybe once Brendan Donovan comes back, you can start to filter him through. Cole Young needs some days off. Colt Emerson probably needs a couple days off. And I think running Brendan Donovan through will help with that because you put him at second base, which really is natural position. You can move Cole Young to short for a day if you need to, or JP to short too short for a day if you need to. Let Cole sit for a couple days and put Brendan Donovan at second. Like those things I think would be very helpful for the young players on the team in order to allow them to still be good down the stretch.
If you think about where we were like in spring training, questioning how big a role these guys were going to have, I don't think anyone thought it was going to be this much.
Like Cole Young every day, without fail, every single day. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. All right, let me give you one more from Jeff. This is on Cal because, again, we can talk about all the little stuff. The big block is still Cal. Like, he is the biggest, most important piece.
The reason that I think baseball is the toughest sport to play of any of the four major men's North American professional sports is because of the schedule. And I don't mean the volume of it. 162 games is a lot, but it's what the volume of it prevents players from doing. And what I mean by that is it prevents you because you are playing every day and because you are expected to perform every day. It prevents you from making those changes and those adjustments and those things that you need to do in real time as effectively as you can.
I think it's a good point, and maybe 3, 4, 5 days off here at the All-Star break will be good for him. It's also probably a good time. This is not from our show this week, but it's worth playing here. This was Manny Acta. I played you some of what he had to say about Cole Young. Here's what he said about Cal yesterday on MLB Network.
I'm a big fan of the Baseball Classic. Obviously, I was part of it. Big fan, and I'm not an excuse maker, but I don't think the Baseball Classic helped Cal Raleigh at all. He had 9 at-bats in 2 weeks in the middle of a spring training, and you can get 9 at-bats in 4 days just hanging out in spring training, and I think that really hurt him. Then he came back and probably tried to do way too much the last week of spring training, trying to accumulate the at-bats and the playing time that he missed during the Classic, and that kind of hurt his oblique.
I understand it. But he's now back from the oblique. It's been a couple more, you need Cal to be Cal. And I really hope after the All-Star break we see that. And if we go another month after the All-Star break, then I have some real serious concerns about what the heck is going on. Yesterday, we talked to it was Wednesday, rather. We talked to Linda Cohn, which was awesome. Just really cool to talk to a legend like Linda, who I love and had a chance to work with a couple times at ESPN Radio. And in addition to talking about Seattle and praising Steve Rabel and all that stuff, look, part of the greatness of the Linda Cohn story is her as someone who broke barriers.
You have to believe you're the best in the business when you're on that platform. If you have show any signs of weakness or insecurity or you don't do the work. I mean, I did the work. I did the prep. I knew my sports, but I still went above and beyond because I'm a woman in a man's world. I have to go above and beyond. That's not, I know I chose this profession. I'm not whining about anything or like, back then it was tough. I chose to be there. I knew what it was going to be like in every aspect. And in Seattle, I had some major challenges regarding being accepted by fans and athletes. Because remember, this was 1989 to early 1992 when I was in Seattle. So they didn't see much of women in a man's world, of a woman in a man's world.
It's easy for us to hear her say that. So I don't mean it's easy for her to say that. It's easy for us to hear that and be like, oh yeah, I guess it would have been hard then. That's around the time that Zeke Mowat was in Foxborough sexually harassing, what was the woman's name? Lisa Olson. Do you remember that story? Exposing himself to her, saying really gross things to her, and everyone was like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Like some people, not everyone, a bunch of people like, ha, ha, ha. Wow, that's what she gets. She's in the locker room, shouldn't really be there. Like, I remember that. And that's the time that Linda's talking about within like a couple of years. I'll go back and figure out what year Zeke Mowat and Lisa Olson was, but it's right around there, late 80s, early 90s. Like, when she says it was hard, it's not just like, oh, I got some hate on social media that I could turn off if I wanted to. Like, it was rough. Maura, how important is Linda Cohn?
I mean, incredibly. I think all of the women that trailblazed at that time are important, but you speak to just how cool she was. I think that she kind of transcended some of that to where even if people didn't like other women in sports, because she was on SportsCenter and holding her own with all of the men on there and so just effortlessly funny and knew her stuff, that I think she garnered a level of respect that maybe not every woman in sports was getting at that time, and helped open a lot of doors for other women.
Thank you. Lisa Olson, by the way, and Zeke Mowat, 1990, fondled himself and told her that she could do something really inappropriate. That's 1990.
Yeah.
2 years later, she's on SportsCenter. That's the time you're talking about. It's like it's sort of hard to think about through our current gauge. But go back. That's the world that she's talking about in 1989, 1990, 1992 is that. Pretty crazy. Very, very different than, kind of what we think about today. By the way, that's sort of when sexual harassment comes to be as like a term between Lisa Olson and the Clarence Thomas story at his confirmation. That's really when it becomes a thing. And that's when she's busy trailblazing in the middle of all of that. Pretty incredible career for a remarkable person. I had some more sound, but I ran out of time because I talked too much about Linda Cohn. But that's okay. Bucky Brooks was annoying yesterday, and I still don't agree. And if you want to go back and hear what I said about it, go back to the 7:30 podcast or YouTube, and you can hear how I took down his ridiculous 7-10 prediction from yesterday. I'll give you everything you need to know. We'll open up the phone lines. We'll be done for the week. That's what's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Congratulations, Randy Arozarena, 2026 All-Star.
It is grand salami time! Randy Arozarena clears the bases.
He's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year.
He likes being on the big stage.
It is gone! Randy Arozarena strikes again. Welcome to Randyland.
From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance.
And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, last time we'll do this, but it was a rough one for the Mariners yesterday to finish off what really was a terrible series in Miami. And just absolutely with Shannon, the sloppy play is the thing that drives you the most crazy. It's one thing when you're not hitting the way you want to. It's another thing yesterday when Bryce Miller unfortunately didn't have it. But you got to play clean ball. Big error yesterday, 2 of them. It was, the mistakes being made in games 1 and 2 on the base paths and in the batter's box. It was some of the at-bats where you're swinging wildly, and unfortunately you put it all together, and then the other team plays really good ball.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on, smashed on the third base line. It's past the dive of JP. It goes into the corner. Jimenez scores around third. Here comes Hicks. He's being waved. He scores. Lopez into third. He slides. He's safe. It's a 2 RBI triple. It's 5-1 Marlins.
Interesting little ball club, that Marlins team, and they certainly took it to the M. So now off to Tampa. A little bit of a delay getting there last night, but this is the final series of the first half, and you're trying to avoid another losing series because you do. It's a 2-4 road trip. Or, I'm sorry, a 1-5 road trip if you lose this series, or worse. You can go out there and at least win 2 out of 3. Got Luis Castillo on the mound tonight against Nick Martinez. Martinez has been awesome this year. Then Logan Gilbert against Griffin Jacks, Emerson Hancock, and Ian Seymour on Sunday. The good news there, no Drew Rasmussen, no Shane McClanahan, both of whom have been lights out for Tampa, who leads the American League.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right. Well, Julio doesn't sound like he's going to join the team in Tampa. Just listening to Shannon and some of what Dan had to say yesterday. Concussion symptoms persisting. They're not major symptoms, but until he's 100% with a concussion, they're not going to let him back out there. So no reason to fly him across the country. You're going to wait. Give him another, 8 days, basically, until they go out there and play again. So I don't think we're going to see Julio until after the All-Star break. MLB draft, though, Ems will pick 24th. Joe Doyle was on extra innings.
There's probably 10, 12, as many as 15 names in play. I think Seattle is going to take what kind of falls in their lap at 24. This is a decent year for college pitching. I think there's going to be some options there. I think you kind of look for a guy like a Mason Edwards out of South Carolina, Taylor Rabe out of Ole Miss. Maybe you look for a guy like Cade Townsend out of Ole Miss as well. There's going to be some college pitchers that will be enticing to the Mariners.
Yeah, I've heard college pitcher. I mean, look, that's been one of their MOs, but it's not the only thing they've done. I mean, we've seen them go in a bunch of different directions. I would guess, it's probably another college pitcher, but maybe this is a year. There's a high school lefty that I've read about that might be a possibility for them as well. Just continuing to keep that system as stacked as possible, giving yourself as many bites at the apple so that the frustration of one series, 1 year does not do you in, and also giving you as many opportunities as possible to make the trades you need to make at various deadlines.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks sale continuing. Ben Horney of Front Office Sports reporting that 2 groups are expected to make bids and have emerged as front runners. One is 49ers minority investor Vinod Khosla. The other is the current Celtics owner Idachi Mittal, who is with Wick Grossbeck, who used to be the Celtics owner. They were together, or one sold to the other in that deal. Mittal is loaded with money, and Wick has been more of a front man for an organization. So, yeah, I think that group is probably the one that's more interesting to me. Ben's going to be on with Bump and Stacy at 1 o'clock this morning, or this afternoon, rather, so they will get a chance to ask him about those groups. And then also about a Seahawk. It sounds like one former Seahawks player is involved in one of these groups. They could have a lot of money for that, so I don't really know who that would be. If I was asked in a vacuum who is the wealthiest ex-Seahawk, I think I'd say Russell Wilson. Wouldn't you? Especially just given the marriage to Sierra. You need a lot of money to even be a minority owner in the NFL. Somebody was saying you need 3% liquid, which is like $200 million. Who has $300 million liquid to invest in the NFL? They play for the Seahawks.
Marshawn owns a bunch of teams, right?
But not NFL. Like, that's a lot more liquid money. Like, to buy into the Sounders, if you're Marshawn, that might take $100,000, maybe $1 million, maybe $5. I don't know what the number is. It's not $200-300 million. So I don't know what that looks like. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, well, perfect timing. We're going to open up the phone lines, as we do every Friday to end the show. And I got a lot. I got to imagine there's a lot to say. Mariner fans, I've certainly read your texts. How are you feeling today? What would you like to see done? What steps should the Mariners take here to turn this thing around? What is the problem, and how do they fix it? I guess that's really how I would phrase it. Open phone, so whatever direction you want to go, but as like trying to just spark your interest, what is the problem and how would you fix it? I think is what I would say. 866-979-3776, the phone number. 866-979-3776. Seahawks fans, how you feel about Bucky Brooks? How do you feel about a 7-10 projection? Versus, how do you feel about Leonard Williams finally getting his due? #1 defensive tackle. That's great. 7-10, not buying. I gave you a long, fairly passionate rant about that at 7:30. Seahawks fans, what do you think about these two ownership group potentials? Are you nervous about an out-of-town owner? We haven't really talked that much about that. It does seem like whoever it is going to not be from Seattle. So that's almost a foregone conclusion. 866-979-3776. And then anything else that's on your mind. World Cup, post-World Cup reaction, how Seattle is a sports town. Linda Cohn, who joined us this week, that was a cool story. Whatever's on your mind. That's the cool thing about this. Everybody says, you're not talking about the thing I want you to talk about. That's why we do this every Friday. 866-979-3776. We'll open up the lines. You guys are next on Seattle Sports on 710.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did. Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Sports fans, you don't have to be a pro athlete to feel like a champion. At Emerald City Athletics, our Champions Training Program delivers faster, smarter fitness results for every age, every level, every body. And right now, you can try ECA free for 29 days. Boost your energy, build your confidence, become the champion of your life at ECA. Voted best in the Pacific Northwest. Try 29 days free and join for as low as $22 a month. Emerald City Athletics, smarter fitness, real results, champion energy for all.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Your property is almost perfect, if it wasn't for that troublesome tree or stump. Stop looking at it and mowing around it. P&D Tree Service will remove it for you. If it's one tree or 15 trees, a small yard, or land clearing, P&D Tree will do it safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees and stumps away from homes, leaving a clean yard to enjoy. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this season. Ask about a designer-led complimentary color consultation. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Why Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Rays today in St. Pete. 4:10 first pitch, pregame at 3. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Come join Cascade Machinery and Electric, where your skills really matter. Family owned and the Pacific Northwest industrial equipment leader for over 100 years. They're hiring manual and job shop machinists in Seattle and Spokane. If you're a skilled machinist at any level that takes pride in your craft, come join the Cascade Machinery and Electric team. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, guys, we're here. It's time to answer your phone calls. I love this. I do love it. Yeah, sometimes I get ornery about it, but I do love it. I don't like when I look at, like, on a day like today, we should have full phone lines. Like, come on. Mariners in a bit of a tailspin. Seahawks ownership stuff. All the soccer garbage. All of it. Come on, people. 866-979-3776. We'll jump right in. Obviously, talking Mariners with our guy Mike in Edmonds to lead off today. How are we feeling today, Michael?
Not feeling great, Salk.
Me neither. Me neither. What's up? What's the problem, and how do they fix it?
Pretty tired of watching the base running mistakes and the fielding mistakes. Seems like everybody contributes on those at some point, and that's pretty discouraging. But I've got a name for you. Well, first, let me say that what's always mystified me is how the Mariners can look so good against a tough pitcher. They'll grind out their at-bats, and they'll drive up its pitch count, and the next thing you know, he's out in inning 5, and they're getting to the bullpen. And then they get some schlub, and he throws a 1 or 2 hitter. And I don't understand how a team can be that inconsistent in their approach and their batting.
Mm-hmm.
So that drives me nuts. Okay, so the name I got for you is Justin Turner. I haven't listened to every Cal interview. I've listened to a lot of them because I listen to your station all the time. And I've never heard Cal, in my memory, has not praised Edgar or Seitzer, but he has praised Justin Turner.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about how simple he made the approach. So I looked Justin Turner up. He's not playing in the major leagues right now. He's in the Mexican League in Tijuana. And you kind of wonder how cheap he'd be to come as a glorified bench guy / assistant hitting coach.
So are you talking about putting him on the roster or bringing him into the coaching staff?
I would prefer coaching staff, but from what I read, he really thinks he can still play. So I don't know if you can bring him in as just a coach, but that would be ideal if you could bring him in as an assistant hitting coach, and maybe that's the key to unlocking Cal. Anyway, just a thought.
I love the idea. Yeah, he played last year. He was a negative WAR player with about a 600 OPS for the White Sox in about 80 games. He has been in the Mexican League this year. I'm not even sure he's still playing down there. But I think where you're absolute, I don't know whether that works or not. I love the idea. I think it's a smart thinking. I don't think you could bring him in as that right-handed hitter. But as somebody who, look, I remember being told the year that Justin Turner got here, same year Randy Arozarena got here, is the same year they fired Scott, right? They brought those guys in at the deadline, and a couple of weeks later they ended up firing Scott and played some decent ball under Dan to end the year. And I did remember hearing from some people that a huge part of that, especially the change in the hitting, was due to Justin Turner, that he was the de facto hitting coach in that locker room. That he was the guy who everyone listened to and believed and trusted. So is there something to bringing in Justin Turner? Yes. Is it something you can do midseason? I don't know. Is he still worth a spot, a roster spot? That's probably going to be a tough sell. But on the other hand, you wasted a roster spot most of the year with Rob Refsnyder. So I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think it's going to go that direction. But it's an interesting idea. It is an interesting idea. I don't know how you make that work, but I like the call. 866-979-3776. Go to Josh and Linden. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. I've been better, Salk. I've been better.
Yeah.
Do you know how many wins the Mariners have against teams that are greater than 500?
How many wins? Well, they swept the Braves.
They have 16.
Okay.
They have 16, which is tied with the Blue Jays, and only better than the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. So which team has more wins against teams that are better than 500? One of your favorite teams in the league you've talked about all week.
Oh, no, the Angels?
The Angels.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, they've lucked into a really easy schedule just because of the division and league that they're in this year. There's no doubt.
And I think that leads me to, if you're in a similar spot, now things can change. The Detroit series and last year, right before the All-Star break, changed a lot. They went and beat the brakes off of them. If they do that to the Rays, this is all, you talked all week, and I totally agree. A lot of ball left. But if you're in a similar spot at the end of July, I'd like to get your opinion on, do you consider trading, if you can't sign Gilbert or Kirby, do you consider trading one of them? Because I think their value of getting another playoff push for another team is considerably higher especially before the lockout.
I would be willing to have the conversation on that, Josh, if I thought the return could be great enough. I just don't know who's out there that would be a great enough return that would make it worth trading one of those guys.
I just think a contender who really wants starting pitching, high-end I don't know. It's just, I think you got to capitalize
who do you
that
get
on.
back? They'd have to give back so much. Like, all right, like I'm willing to entertain the idea.
How much value does Logan Gilbert? I mean, he's good. He's turned it around. I remember I called him a few months ago. He's
Logan Gilbert deadlined acquisition this year with more time left on his deal. Huge. I mean, it's not quite Scooble, but it's enormous. And if you're the Mariners and you are, looking for, you're not doing it for just prospects.
With what you have coming up and currently on the roster, can you be? I guess my overall point is, can you be a buy and sell team?
Yes.
Because your team hasn't proven that you can beat any teams above 500. So what makes you think you can actually win the World Series?
You could, but I mean, just take a step back for a second. Take a step back for a second. I love the thought process. Honestly, like I always love questions like this. But take a step back for a moment, okay? Remember when the Mariners traded Paul Sewald? Remember when the Mariners traded who was it who went?
I know you're talking about.
Who was the guy? The guy they liked who had been in Oakland. Huh?
Graveman?
Kendall Graveman. Remember the reaction in the Mariners clubhouse when they traded those two guys? And then think about what it would be if and when they traded Logan Gilbert.
Okay, what about Kirby? I
think that's a more likely scenario, but still, just imagine they trade George Kirby at the deadline. I don't know how you'd ever sell anything to this group again. I mean, unless you're trading George Kirby for, an all-star bat. I don't know who that is. Nobody's going to give that up. I mean, like, maybe the Padres look at it and they're so, like, down on what they've got that they're like, all right, George Kirby for Tatis. And then, okay, like, that would be fascinating. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's really hard for me to imagine. I appreciate the call. I love the thought process. I really do. I love exercises like that and thinking outside the box. Can you imagine the reaction if they traded Logan Gilbert? I mean, it'd just be impossible. In the offseason, maybe, if you had like the right, but in the middle of the year, on August 3rd, I'm sorry, I can't get there. 866-979-3776. Want a little bit more reaction. Let's go. What's the problem and how do you fix it? Let me go to Blaine. I love Blaine. Talk to Sean. What's up, Sean? Good morning.
Oh, hi. First-time caller, so here's a little change of pace. I want to talk about the Kraken a little bit.
Heck yeah.
My take is that we've heard all about this internal audit. We never really got results on it. And I know it's been a couple weeks since the Jason Robertson situation, and it's nice to have the perspective of the draft because I'm really excited about Chase Reed.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole Jason Robertson thing, like, I ultimately think it's a good thing that he turned us down because the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that we're not one superstar piece away from being a Stanley Cup contender. I think maybe if you traded for him that maybe you make the playoffs, but from the sounds of it, not only were they going to give up the money, it sounded like they were going to give up even 3 first-round picks potentially, and I just can't get behind it. So while I think it's a good thing that he turned us down ultimately, it worries me that we're acting like it's worth leveraging our future.
Yeah, I might disagree on that. I like the call, and I understand. It's a good point. I do think you're right. They are more than one superstar away, but you got to start with a superstar. Like you need to at least have the superstar and then figure out the rest. I don't know where they're going to get the superstar. Yeah, Chase Reed's exciting. It was a nice pick at number 7, but is he going to be a superstar? That's not the projection anyway. And unfortunately, I just keep looking at it and saying, okay, the fact that Robertson turned them down means that he didn't like what was here. He was kind of grossed out by the whole thing. Like, yeah, no thanks, even for more money. $15 million a year, crazy money. Here's the hope, I guess. Yeah, if you're a Kraken fan today, Sean, I think what you're hoping for the rest of this offseason, because things don't look good for them making any kind of a splash, is that with Anaheim having to take back Leo Carlson at that crazy money, maybe there's a way to pry one of their other good young players out of Anaheim because they're going to need to make some room. I don't know whether you can do it. They got a couple of really good young players who they're not going to be able to pay. Maybe you can pry somebody away, but in the division, going to be hard. Going to be really hard. And I don't know whether you have enough to get any of those guys. 866-979-3776. Let me go back to the Mariner calls. Let me get Jake, who is in Kirkland. Good morning, Jake.
Hey, good morning. So first off, I'll start off with this, is that I understand that firing Dan in the middle of the season would probably be a blowout. It would not make sense. It would not be good. Now, with that being said, I am wondering, just for an exercise, like, what does this team need from a managerial standpoint to get the players to be fired up, some sort of consistency? Because it, like, this thing where we just go and we just sort of lull around, and then we hope for a 14-win game streak or a 22-3 August or whatever, you know what I mean? Like those streaks before, like, I feel like that's not sustainable to keep on relying on a streak like that. And so, yeah, like what's your perspective on from a managerial standpoint?
All right, so let's just address it that way. Appreciate that's a good question. Let's address it just from the managerial standpoint, because that's what you're asking. I won't get into the roster or any of that, although I'm going to maintain that still, beyond it, nothing is more important than Cal and Josh and Julio and those guys.
Absolutely.
But from a managerial standpoint, great question. It's going to be a two-part answer. Part one, the motivation you're talking about, to me, is nothing. I'm not doing one thing. I don't think that's the issue. I don't think they're unmotivated. I don't think they play without energy. I don't think having a rah-rah guy. I'm just giving you my answer. Hold on. I don't think it matters at all. Do they go into a shell? Look, they haven't had a lot of comebacks. I don't think it's because they're not energetic. They came back on Wednesday. Came back from 4-0 or Tuesday, whatever day it was. They were 4-0 down. They came storming back. Were they not energetic? They were. They're energetic when they're hitting. They're energetic when they're like those. The energy to me is not the problem.
Those times though are so far in between.
They are, but I don't think it has anything to do with energy. I think I would make some very different. I have issues with the way the team has been managed, but to me, it is not an energy thing. I think there's questions about their discipline. I think there's real questions about the accountability. I think that we've seen big mistakes made, mental mistakes made by players without seemingly any consequence whatsoever. I think that there have been, like, I don't think that they are ready to play mentally, concentration-wise, not energy-wise, concentration-wise on a day-to-day basis. We just see too many base-running mistakes, too many mental mistakes in the field. Those things, to me, are concentration issues. They are clean baseball issues. It's not about whether or not you have energy. It's whether or not you're focused. It's whether or not there's accountability and discipline and all of that stuff that I do think is important, even in a modern game where you don't just air out players every day. Am I looking for Dan Wilson to come out and say, Cole Young is an idiot and he never should have done? Of course not. Could he have said something more akin to what Manny Acta said the other day, which is, yeah, that was a mistake, and we're going to correct that. Yeah, we're going to talk to the guys. That's not acceptable. That's not how that's supposed to go. Yes, he blew a chance. Yes, we need to be more aggressive. Do you make a guy sit now and again? Look, we haven't seen Weston Wilson since the base running gaff. Not that I was expecting to. But look, I wouldn't have had a problem with cutting Weston Wilson after that. Like at some point, you got to send some kind of a message. It doesn't need to be flipping the Gatorade table. I don't need that. And if Dan did it, he'd look ridiculous. That's not who he is. That's not Dan. Dan's not going to flip the table. He's not going to scream at everybody. And he's definitely not going to air anyone out publicly. But is Weston Wilson so important to your team that you couldn't have DFA'd him after that game and brought Leo Rivas back up? Just sound like, hey, look, we can't have that. I'm not looking for anybody to play tight, but that's a Little League move. You can't be on the team after that. Sorry. You're not important enough on the team. Like if Randy makes that mistake, it is what it is. You're going to have to deal with it in some way. He's your best hitter right now. Could you bench him for a game? Sure, but then you run the risk of losing him forever. So I understand the difficulty when it's a Randy Arozarena who makes a dumb mistake. You're in a bind. When it's Weston Wilson, I just DFA him. I just move on. Bring back Leo Rivas. That to me is fairly easy. Bring back Master Boney. Like that, you just do one of those things. It's not that hard. So I do think that that's a little more of one. Now, the other issue for me with the manager, like I just don't like a lot of the decisions the Mariners have made late in games, but that's just a disagreement. Like, I don't like them. Other people might. I mean, that to me is opinion rather than like, it is a problem. 866-979-3776. Let me try Mark and Brennan. What's up, Mark? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mike. Just a few quick things here. I think along with what the previous caller said, the Mariners lack a spark. You know, they just don't play with much. And I think Donovan is the key to that. He's played limited time, but when he has played with energy and sparked the Mariners. And I think that's an issue for them. The other thing is you were talking about with Gilbert trading him, that would just totally shake it up. And I'm not so sure that's a bad thing in and of itself. The other thing with Dan is I've been kind of a Dan supporter. I kind of like him as a person, but I think, what do you think about Alex Cora? I mean, if the Mariners keep losing, if they lose 3 here coming up,
Alex Cora doesn't want to manage. Alex Cora doesn't want a job right now.
Okay, well,
I mean, he turned down the Phillies.
If they make
he turned down the Phillies.
If they make the right offer, I'm just saying.
Alex Cora doesn't want to do that. He turned down the Phillies. Okay, Alex Cora is a non-starter.
Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to bring up is Michael Arroyo is a contact hitter, and he's been down there raking for a couple of years, basically. What do you think about him? Where would he fit? I know we got.
I think there's a very realistic chance you see Michael Arroyo sooner rather than later. How's that? I think the Alex Cora thing is a 0% chance. I think the Michael Arroyo thing has actually a better than 50, maybe even the higher 60, 70% chance. He just got called up to AAA. I think if he hits in AAA, there's a good chance you see Michael Arroyo before the season's over. Like, very good chance. Now, if he comes up and goes like, for his first 25 there, that's probably not going to happen, but he's not going to do that. He's a good hitter. Yeah, I think if you see Arroyo hit at AAA, I think he comes up. I think he's exactly what they're looking for in that regard. Absolutely. 100%. Now, as for Brendan Donovan, I think there's another good point in there. Asking guys to play with energy. Like, what is that? How does Dom Canzone play with more energy? What do you want him to do to play with more energy? What does that look like? Like, how would you know if Dom Canzone was playing with more energy? How would you know if Luke Raley plays with a ton of energy? Canzone is not an energetic guy, but when he hits, it looks like he's playing with energy. You can't ask people to be something they're not. Brendan Donovan, though, is one of those energy givers. He is one of those guys who you notice the energy because he's always on base, because he's got a lot of doubles power. You know what looks like energy? Honestly, doubles and triples. That looks like energy more than anything else. Walks don't look energetic, even though they're helpful. Singles depends on the single. Stolen bases, obviously, but Julio's hurt and Randy's not been as good. You want to have energy, quote unquote, look like you have energy? Hit a bunch of doubles and triples like the Marlins did this weekend. You know who's good at that? Brendan Donovan. So if you want to have energy, that's how you do it. That is like your recipe for looking like you have energy.
I get what you're saying about energy. Kind of feels like maybe not the right word, but I think I just look at yesterday, like when Jansen Junk was struggling early and you couldn't capitalize on that. It feels like there's not enough of a sense of urgency or something. I'm going to agree with the first 90% of what you said. I guess I can't figure out the right word.
To me, it's concentration.
Okay.
I'm going to come back to concentration. I don't think it's a sense. I know that we all want to say that. I'm not ripping you or the caller. We all want to say they don't have energy. There's a lack of, what was the phrase you just said?
I said sense of urgency. I guess maybe what I sent last night is better. Adam Jude said killer instinct is what they're lacking last week with bump and
to me, all that comes back to concentration.
Yeah.
And that is it's different. They're near each other. They live near each other. They're adjacent. They can wave to each other. They're neighbors. But it's a little different because baseball doesn't have that. Sense of urgency, to me, starts before the game. During the game, you want to be loose. Before the game, you got to have the sense of urgency to do the work, to do the early work, to do the prep, to think between, Weston Wilson, sense of urgency there. What does that mean in that moment? It means paying attention beforehand to know exactly what you want to do in that moment so that when you're on the base paths, it's concentration. Because you could make the argument, well, he was showing a sense of urgency. He was desperate to get to third base. He took off on contact because they were so urgent. But concentration reminds you that's actually a dumb decision, and you're going to run your team out of an inning.
Well, that's where maybe it's like Shannon said, and some of these conversations are going on behind the scenes. But when you hear Dan Wilson after the game say, like, oh, well, Cole didn't challenge because these guys have so many things on their minds.
Yeah,
like,
no thanks.
They should be they should know what they're supposed to do in those situations. And I guess every now and then you have a hiccup. But I just think to Mike McDonald and how much planning goes into that. And I know they're two completely different sports, but there's certain situations where I feel like your guys shouldn't have to think and they should know exactly what you want them to do there.
That's the gig. You're absolutely right. They got a lot on their mind. Yeah, that's baseball.
Make it easy for them.
I don't know what to tell you. Like that's literally the game. Like, yes, they do have a lot on their mind, and they're worried about the scouting report and where to position themselves and this, that, and the other. Absolutely. And they play every day, and it's mental grind. All of those things are true. That's the gig. Like, that's the job. I don't know what to tell you.
You make a lot of money for doing that.
But that's literally the job. And I'm much more willing to give some grace when you don't come up with a big hit in a big moment. And in the modern game, I'm even more willing to provide a lot of grace when you don't drive in a runner from third with less than 2 outs, even though that used to be an automatic. Yeah, it's a different game. Pitchers are better, strikeouts, like that's all different. I get it. Yeah, you want to see the right approach. But like I'm just more forgiving in that than I used to be. Mental mistakes on the base paths? You got a lot on your mind? Sorry. I got nothing for you on that one. That's the gig. I'm not gonna give you I'm not giving you anything. You forget to challenge at the end of a game because you thought it was a strike? Tough.
Well, and like they're still getting used to the ABS. Yeah. No, just say at the end of a game, if we still have 2 left, if it's anywhere close, just use it. That should be this. Just tell everyone that.
We've been doing this for 4 months, and Cole Young did it in the minors.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. Like, that's just the wrong deal. That's just wrong. So, all right. Well, thank you for the phone call. Those are fun. Was I nice to callers? I think it was pretty nice.
So, yeah.
I'm like 3 or 4 weeks in a row that I've been nice to callers.
I think that 1 week broke your brain. They were just so weird. You didn't know what to do.
Crazy lady.
Ever since then, you've been pretty nice.
I'm very nice.
The Cora take was tough.
I appreciate people want Alex Cora. It's just he's not going to do it, so. And they're not going to fire Dan. So, at least I don't think. I don't know what's going to happen. But I like that's not been the Mariner way. They have a lot of grace. They allowed a lot of these moments with Scott where it looked like everything was dire, and guess what? It turned around. And it's entirely possible that happens starting this weekend with Dan and with the Mariners. And then you get a whole second half. So I don't think they're going to see any major change like that. But they got to figure out a way to make it more clean. Better concentration starts this weekend. We'll catch you guys Monday morning at 6. Have a great weekend, everybody. And the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did. Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Explore the American Supercar and British Motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruise-in, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Emerson is racing over, slides up! He makes the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it is!
It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss this summer's festivities at T-Mobile Park. After the All-Star break, the Mariners are back in town for a West Coast showdown against the San Francisco Giants, July 17th to 19th, including 2000's Fireworks Night on Friday the 17th, presented by T-Mobile. Get your tickets and check out the full lineup at mariners.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family